to go. Audio quality is
go.
gonna be extremely different because Roll20 and backup microphone, so that's gonna be interesting. But other than that, I think we're good to go.
But look at this dude.
Well, I guess you're still at the tomb then, and just
Yeah.
hanging out.
Just hanging out. I don't know what he did. I'm just hanging out. I can hear the creak of its bones from here.
Right, he just resurrected the mummy.
Yep.
Yes, when last we left off, we had a mummy friend join the party, I guess.
Friend. Sure.
Wow. So, what do you plan on doing now?
I'm going back to find my Chewinga friends. I don't know what he's doing up there. Actually, there's something I haven't done. I can't remember if I did it last time. Where's that mirror? There's that mirror. Is the wolf gone? Did he up and bail?
How do I mute myself on Roll20 because I need to cough and don't want to do it in the mic.
Under your
Hover over
name.
your symbol and then push the little speaker symbol.
It's not there because I need to turn portraits back on. Hang on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that would help. There he is, he found it.
Well, that wasn't inconvenient at all. Let's turn that back to names only. There you go. Okay, so you're heading back to the mirror.
Is the wolf still hanging about, or did he up and...
Oh, he
shadow off?
left. He left long ago.
He left? Damn. Oh, let's go find a mirror.
I think Ogren's trying to trying to have a staring match with his mummy.
It just looks
This'll go
back
well.
at you.
Yeah.
Still have spell slots.
Hello?
Cat.
Cat.
Who are you?
Cat. We've named him.
I Sonar.
Hello, Sana.
What is
do you-
your command?
My command?
Perish.
No.
Perish again.
Yep. You still see the 7 feet tall mirror. Still very decorative.
I'm gonna test the waters. Whoop.
Oh yeah, it's magical.
I'm assuming divination as a school of magic.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm gonna try and figure out how this mirror works. If the moose just stared at it and it told it things, I stare at the mirror.
Some sort of elephant creature is looking back at you.
Spooky.
It's you. You're looking at your reflection.
This water's weird. I poke the mirror.
It's cold to the touch.
Wow. God. That is an intense cat. Whose cat is that?
It's mine.
It's adorable.
That is a Rowley cat.
He's a very talky cat, and he is in shouty mode, so I'll be muting.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. It just reminds me of my cat. That my cat's unconscious. So he should stay that way for now. Its divination mirror doesn't do anything. And touching the mirror is just cold.
Do you want to take a closer look? Do you want to investigate it, maybe?
Sure. I think that was the idea. Investigating the mirror.
Well, then roll me
So,
an investigation check.
It's alright. I'm awesome at these. See?
You don't really notice anything special about it.
Apart from the whole it's blindingly divination magic.
Yep.
I just stay here and continue to stare at the mirror until someone else does something, because I'm pretty sure this mirror can do something, I just don't know what. Wow.
Well, how long you gonna stick around for?
Until I am dismissed.
Oh. What can you do?
Whatever Master commands.
Guys, I got a new
Yeah.
friend. He sounds like that.
I love it.
I
amazing.
the timing. I have a new friend.
I've got headphones on. He can't hear anything, so he's just yelling at me.
It's amazing.
This is my life.
How did you get your friend?
Oh, I did the thing with the fire. You see, there's all these pictures here. So I did what's on the pictures, and I put them in the fire. The
Karis
druid
is just
kindly donated
standing
her. The druid kindly donated her hand for this.
Karis
Very
is
nice
just
about the whole
baffled.
process.
Does he have a name?
Yeah, Sana. Sounded something like that.
Leviosa.
Well, what does he want?
What do you want?
Sana requires nothing.
Nothing. He said he'll do whatever I say till he gets dismissed.
So, like a servant.
Could you run a tavern?
What is required in running a tavern?
Giving people booze, taking their money. For the booze, not just stealing it, but they pay you for the booze. You give them booze. It's kind of the whole gist of it, really. That's what you do in a tavern.
Food. Taverns serve food.
Food,
Mostly.
yes, and rooms for people to sleep in if they pay for them.
It doesn't answer.
Oh, do you hit things? Are you good at fighting stuff? Do you need food?
Sana requires nothing.
Oh, he doesn't eat. That's nice.
Just the sweet embrace of death.
Shush, you're not here out of a man. Why am I hearing Husan's voice in my head? So confusing.
This soul lingers.
Yeah, can you fight things?
If Master commands.
Can you ask him to do a backflip?
I've realised an issue here.
Oh,
He's
now
gonna-
you do.
He's gonna slow down our movement, isn't he?
Is he? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he's only got 20 foot max speed.
And that's not
Oh, don't worry. I'm
that
not
much slower.
faster.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Carry him.
Collie's only 25 foot, and also just carry him.
Granmore is also only 25 feet fast.
Ogren is now realising that everyone around him is slow.
We're small.
Excuse you.
We're
I'm
super
a fast
tiny.
boy.
We have small little legs.
Indeed.
I was doing it with the irony that Ogren's probably the slowest one here. Intelligence-wise, at least.
Yeah, intelligence-wise.
Theoretically,
Intelligence-wise,
I'm the
Yep.
fastest.
Right, he probably turns to Karis and Remor. Can we keep him?
I think we have him no matter what. He seems to want to follow you.
I don't see why not. He doesn't seem to want to
Okay.
hurt us, so...
Just follow us for now. We will think of something for you to do.
Ogren,
Yeah?
going to want to keep him away from Ranmir and Frusan.
Why? He's a new friend. They wouldn't hurt a friend, would they?
This one they may not look on as a friend.
Why? What's wrong with him?
He's a reanimated dead man.
Yeah, but he's not trying to attack us like the other ones were.
It doesn't matter to them.
Does
it
it not?
won't matter to them. No.
Oh,
Just be cautious. Sneaky.
I like that idea.
I know you would.
What should we do? Should we, like,
This is
wrap him
to
up in
you.
something so he doesn't look the same?
That
Could
should
you
be great.
knit something like a full body covering? Like, so you can only see his eyes?
Like a huge onesie for a mummy. Yes.
Do it.
I just had an image of a mummy wearing one of those full body stockings. Oh.
And
I'm
I'm going to make it
imagining like full
multicolored.
ninja outfit made of like fully
No,
knitted.
It's gotta be rainbow.
It's gotta be
Just-
brightly colored.
It's gotta be
I just
rainbow.
want to
Just him
know.
in a bright pink flesh-coloured bodysuit sock. Oh.
No,
I'm just imagining
rainbow.
the human beings from Community.
Oh god.
We're going to need him a rainbow-colored onesie.
Wait, he's
I-
gay?
He can be if he wants, you don't know. He's dead, he could be anything now.
We
Pretty
don't
sure
know,
he's
but an
ace.
ally, clearly, so we'll just let him go.
Sure, ally, not indentured servant or anything.
He's a friend. He didn't want
Only
to kill
because
us,
we
so...
made him one.
Where did Brucean go, anyway?
I don't know. I was confused by what was happening. I have no idea what's happening elsewhere.
Same, but... Maybe we should leave this place.
It's probably a good idea. It's been a weird day.
Yes.
And I
Yes.
just kind of side-eye Brenmora.
I ignore it. Because I might not have noticed that you saw me. Like, nobody would you why you're side-eyeing me. Let's find Brucean and get out of here. Did you all get everything from the moose that you wanted to take with you, or... I don't know.
It
I
seemed
think
pretty...
the insides are still in it.
Ogren starts like just like follow me and starts trying to block off all of so I'm like doing the shuffle sidestep, just trying to completely cover him with his own body. It's not working at all, I don't think, but
Nope, nope. That's not working.
but he's what he's trying to do.
He's puppy guarding. Okay.
Yeah.
That's adorable. Strange, a bit creepy, somewhat adorable.
Hey, you can't say about creepy.
And it is a mummy.
Yes.
But you went, hmm.
I'm fine. let's find Rusan.
Wait, you're fine? Oh, I'm confused.
I'm walking away.
We should go back to town.
No one took a closer look at the mummy then? Okay.
I mean,
not yet.
what else do I see? I just see a mummy, right?
There's a small detail on the
Oh,
mummy.
is there?
I mean, not on the actual picture.
Oh yeah, has he got a bunch of shiny gold around his neck like he does in his picture?
No, he does not. He
Darn.
doesn't have shinies for you.
Fair
Or
enough.
anyone.
Then I don't think Ogren would notice or care.
Okay.
Ranmir, have you seen Rusan?
Do you know anything about
he's
this
dead.
place?
Well,
In the past,
get him and go.
this was a burial ground. And a place of prophecy.
A place of prophecy? How were prophecies told? Prophecies told. How do they do that?
On the full moon, the shaman would look into the mirror and ask questions and receive answers.
Oh, okay. On the full moon, shit happens. Gotcha. Oh, is that what the mirror's for? No, Ogren wouldn't know that. Never mind, ignore that thought. He's not smart enough to think of that. Guys, when's the next full moon? Because apparently stuff happens here when it's a full moon.
Ogre, what's behind you?
Behind me?
It
Nothing?
looks like some kind of corpse.
No, there's nothing
Hold on a
there.
second. I'll pull out my holy symbol.
No, he's a friend. He's a friend.
Are you
He
sure?
seems-
I
he
am very
seems
sure.
to-
I am
he
very
seems to-
sure.
He seems to think Ogren is his commander, master.
I am clearly a, what's the word?
Necrodancer.
Yes, one of them. I've clearly, with my magical prowess, made this corpse do what I want to do. That's how that works, right?
No, I trust it even less.
Nothing to do with. Yeah, he's friendly. He says he'll do whatever we say. Well, whatever I say. Yeah. Until he is dismissed.
What
Well-
will he do if he is dismissed?
Pardon?
What will he do if you dismiss him?
Oh yeah, good question. When in the future, when you get dismissed, what happens? Do you come back here?
I return to rest.
If that happens, could we call on you again? If we just wanted to chat and catch up stuff.
I don't know.
Okay. Have you been summoned before, or have you just been waiting there for a while?
I cannot remember.
Oh, that's pretty sad. So you don't remember anything other than the box? Hmm. See, he's just lonely, guys. He's been in a box by himself for years.
Let him keep his mummy, Ranmir. It doesn't seem like a bad thing.
Yeah, stop being so quick to judge Ranmir.
Well, one wrong step and I'll turn into ash.
Well, everyone makes mistakes. What if it's not his fault? If I accidentally tell him to do something that he shouldn't?
Carla doubts that Ranmir has much power against the undead, considering how much we faced and how little of this supposed power to turn to ash he's used.
Well, for now, let's find Rusan and leave this godforsaken place.
Rusan.
Apparently, he's inside. So let's find him and leave. Oh, hi. Rusan. We're leaving.
You see him looking into the mirror still.
Do you know how it works?
No, but I know how it works.
Well, on a full moon it works.
Oh. How did you find that out?
Ogren found that out.
Ogren?
Yes. His friend told him.
Friend?
Ogren made a new friend.
Can he talk to the plants as well?
Who, Ogren or the friend?
Wait. What friend?
I forgot his name. He's nice-ish, I think. I found Rusan. He was staring in the mirror.
Did you see anything?
I saw an elephant. So no, nothing magical.
What, you're not magical? I thought you were magical. I'm
No, the
confused.
mirror. Ogren. Turn around.
And I'm pulling out pebbles from my pocket.
No.
There's something behind you.
That's his friend.
Yeah, that's Sana. He's my friend.
Rusan,
It's true.
you can smell pumpkin spice.
Ugh.
What?
What?
Yep. Sana smells cloyingly of pumpkin spice.
Why do you smell of pumpkins?
I don't know.
Not you, Ogren. You smell of horrible fish.
That's not me. That's the tin. And he pulls out the tin, opens it up.
Oh god.
I
Oh,
slip the
God.
tin
Please
as
God,
hard as I
no.
can into the
Oh,
air.
God.
Brucean,
no.
Brucean, Constitution check.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
I have anti-Rusan technology. Don't make me use it.
I have anti-ogre, don't make me use mine.
It just stinks, Jesus. You don't want this.
Put it away.
Okay. Yeah. I threw things into the brazier. This guy popped out. Called me master. Said to do whatever I said. Basically, I'm a necrodancer, as Bren said, and
You
I
see
clearly
Bren hold
have
a thumb
magics.
up when he says the word.
Ogren puts his thumb up above Rusan's head as well.
I stared daggers at this thing.
Hey, don't you scare daggers at Sana. He's lovely. He's been
Do I
nothing
notice
but
anything
helpful.
about him now, since he smells goddamn pumpkin?
It's got
Does he
pointy
have a
ears.
pumpkin head?
Well preserved pointy ears.
I don't like it. Put it back.
No, if we put it back, we can't talk to him again. And he gave us lots of useful information. He's the one that told us that this thing only works when the full moon's about. Can you do the fancy dancy, moonbeam thingy that the druid did?
I can.
Then why don't you do it?
But not today.
Oh, no. See, this is why you hit things, because you can do it the same thing day in, day out.
Can you
And
make the
never-
moon appear?
I don't need to.
Then you can't make the mirror work, can you? Put it
No.
back. It deserves rest. It's
He's
done
been
its
resting
part.
for ages. This is the first time he's
And
been
he
outside
should
in
continue to. Ogre the dead
Why?
deserve to rest.
He's not hurting anyone by being here.
But are we hurting him?
Are we hurting you, Saren? Sana? Saren? Sana? Yes.
Sana feels no pain.
See? He's not being hurt.
Can he read the scribbles?
It's
Can he read the scribbles? Can you read the scribbles?
Yes.
Ooh.
He's even more useful.
See? Can you read the scribbles for us, please? Right, what does this one say?
Does it walk past me?
Yes.
Do I see anything of particular interest apart from pointy ears?
No, it's just a dried out old boy. Nothing too special about it. It's like an old corpse, just walking and smelling of pumpkin spice.
That
That's
weirds
the
me out that it
weirdest
smells of
thing.
fucking pumpkin spice. Why is it pumpkin spice? Was that his last meal? Did they murder him with food? Oh god.
Do you want to know why he smells of pumpkin spice?
He was murdered by a pumpkin
Yes!
spice latte.
Because the
Oh,
the
God,
magic
no.
and the materials used to preserve the mummy have the effect of making it smell like pumpkin spice. It's what it says.
Did it actually say in the book that it smells of
It
pumpkin
it
spice?
specifies it smells of pumpkin spice.
That is actually fantastic.
See? If we get him working the tavern will constantly be smelling of pumpkin spice. This is a good thing.
Amazing.
We
So
do have
nice.
Pumpkin spice tavern.
We do have to serve pumpkin spiced food and drinks now, you understand that?
Well, we don't have to. It's just gonna be a nice smell.
No, you have
Gaze
to.
upon
Oh, okay.
your own face and have 7 questions answered. Sanar says after brushing away the snow covering the writing.
Ooh.
7 answers questions answered.
Oh, that's only during the full moon, right? Oh.
Wait, if that's at the full moon, what is that? The half
What's
moon?
what's the other scribble say? Oop. 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 Sorry.
Brushes away the snow. Unlock the tombs of the half moon.
Oh, so the one we cheesed around.
Indeed.
Cheese.
Rusan is a proficient in cheese. Now the question is, does that mean I learn Tyromancy?
Do you learn what?
Tyromancy, the magic of cheese.
Are you cheesed to be here?
Get out.
I'm cheesed that this boy is walking around smelling like a goddamn Karen from America.
Well, let's leave this place. If we can't do anything more.
I'm not taking my eyes off the dead thing. At all.
Ogren is not moving himself from in between, like, Hrusen, Ranmir, and Sana. Is ready.
If you leave this place, you will not be able to return.
Really?
Why?
Ancient wards protect this place.
Would you not be able to take us back here?
The wards protect this place from being found.
Then how will you get back here when we dismiss you?
How did we find it?
That too, but me first.
I might not find it.
You might not be able to get home? That's sad.
Let him stay.
Would you be upset if you don't find this place again?
Sana feels nothing.
That you won't feel death again. Also, I have a way to get us back, regardless, as long as the magic works the way it's apparently meant to.
Oh, do you?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Well, you see, I also possess locate object.
Well, if it's an object that's only here, sure.
Yeah. Now, what have I got? Oh, my weird wooden spoon I took off this spooky magic boy in the tombs. Oh, I've also got those 2 flasks of unknown liquid from the druid. What else have I got that I'm familiar with that I could leave behind? Oh wait, I gave... Karis, you've got the leather-bound book, don't you? I think it's the
yes,
spell book.
maybe.
Yeah, the one from up the
Oh
mountain.
yeah, the spell book. Yeah, I still have that.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna get that out of my inventory. I have a lot of random stuff. I don't want to leave my gallon of honey. As long as you give me something I can familiarize myself with that's moderately unique, I could probably get us back pretty easy. As long as the spell works the way it's meant to.
Well, are you leaving something behind?
Hmm.
We could leave the mummy behind.
Well, you could.
Yeah, leave. Well, he's not an object. He's an undead.
The
It doesn't work that
mummy,
way. It has to be an object.
as you so rudely call him, his name is Sanar.
Oh, hang on.
He's
Only
staying.
within 1,000 feet. So it doesn't work as efficiently as locate animals.
Either way, Sanar's coming with us.
Oh, it doesn't matter what it is, as long as I've seen it at least once. So if you guys have something you don't mind leaving behind, I can just look at it and go, yep, plonk it here, and
I mean,
if we wander into the forest, I can attempt to find it.
there's a very unique object right next to you.
Can't you
Oh
just try
yeah!
and find the moon
The
dial?
mirror! I'll just find the mirror!
Or the moon dial?
Or the Nomon, yeah.
Oh, the Norman? Yeah, I guess. Well, I just take time to memorize the Norman.
Oh, also, Karis and Bran, how much will it cost for, the knitting thing?
We'll figure it out.
Because,
We first need to figure out how much yarn we need for this.
Yes.
I don't have many shinies left to pay you with.
We can talk about it later.
I kind of spent them all on food.
And you did.
I mean, we could, now that we've smelled that it smells of pumpkin, we could make it completely orange.
Serenity, I'm terrified because I just saw your cat and he's an exact clone of mine.
Oh,
Except mine's a
Orange
little young
Boy's the
boy.
best.
So he's just the little ginger ninja of death just pounces me out of nowhere. Oh.
He just shouts at me.
Mine doesn't scream, he just comes out of nowhere.
Nice.
Oh.
He talky boy.
Well, I
And
think I spent enough.
I had to move that. I had to move that
Spent
next
enough.
to me, otherwise he would have kept talking.
I mean, I wouldn't have said no to more normal cat noises, but
Nope.
Oh, you'll get him, I'm sure. He's taking his first of the many morning naps.
Spooky music.
It is
That
spooky.
means
Wait, you got
fighting
music?
I'm in the Discord still.
Yeah.
oh,
Well, don't worry about it.
hang on. Let me put on sound see if I can hear.
Well, let's
Still
leave
being fucky wucky, I think. Yeah, no, it's still being fucky wucky.
Where are we gonna go? Are we gonna go set up shop in the tavern?
We
I
have a
kind
few
of want to
things
go
we
back to
need do.
Goodmead.
I mean, first let's go back to
Go get
Terminal,
her.
Because there's also the big
Or,
fish
look.
thing
the lake.
in the lake.
The
Have we been paid?
plesiosaur.
We haven't been
Well-
paid for our work in Tourmaline, and then I can pay
Yes.
you for the knitting thing.
And
Let's
we
go back
haven't
to
been
Terminal.
paid
Oh,
for
we're supposed to get
the moose
Lonelywood.
in Lonelywood
yeah,
either.
the Lonelywood moose.
So that's closer.
Which
we
is-
should go there first.
Yeah, let's wait. Do we know how to get back?
Yeah, you're reasonably sure you can find your way back. You think?
Navigate by the stars.
Oh, weather check.
Weather check, you say? Hang on.
I gotta make sure there's no heavy storm coming in.
Yeah, it's gonna be a snowstorm. Soonish.
Snow's coming.
That's kind of usual up here, that it snows.
Hello?
Heavy snow.
I may have got kicked out of roll 20.
We
Can you hear me?
should be-
Yep, yeah, I hear you.
Okay, good.
Wait, what?
He got kicked out of Roll20, but he's back.
Oh.
Okay, hang
Hello?
on. Yes, yes.
Oh, there he is.
We hear
Okay.
you.
Well, then let's get back quickly, before the
Shoop.
snow hits.
So you depart
apparently
into
we
the
go.
forest. Hang on, I need to,
Fucking trees out.
you're not
Are
on
we
this
tying
map.
each other together? Because otherwise...
Before the
Let's see
heavy
where we
snow
are first.
hits, yes.
If this is what you said it would have been, I'm gonna be so sad. Oh no, it might be.
There you go.
Send the bait first.
Ah, the lake.
Pretty.
On your way back through the forest, you come past a thermal spring.
Hot spring?
The waters around you are not frozen and there's steam rising from them.
Hot springs! Just like home. But more snow. I touch the water.
It feels warm to the touch.
Oh, we could camp here for the night. No, we can't. I saw that.
Oh,
You see a ghostly figure standing in the trees. It's got a bow aimed at you.
Oh,
Um,
god damn it. I'm preoccupied with the water.
Why'd you stop, Rime? I thought we were carrying on going to.
wait. Look in front of you.
Oh, hi. Shana, get beside me. For God's sake.
Does it do anything?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Banished warrior, leave this place.
Was that Sana or the ghost?
Oh.
That was Sana.
Ah.
Oh, I know.
You see
God
the-
damn it.
The figure let out like a wail and slowly drift away
Oh,
Oh.
hey.
over
Thank
the
you,
water.
Sana. How'd you do that?
I can command the banished
What?
of
Sounds
my
useful.
See how
tribe.
useful he is? Gee, if only we had you when we were fighting all those zombie thingies. That would have been nice.
Only one of my tribe who commits evil acts becomes banished.
So wait, they were part
Wait
of your
a
tribe?
minute.
Long ago, she used to be.
Huh. That's pretty neat. So, like, were you like the chief of your tribe? Or were you like the shaman figure with all the magics?
Let me see if he remembers
him.
his past life. I served as shaman.
Ooh, that's cool. See? We've got a shaman on our team. He speaks to ghosts. He did what Rame said he could do to the ghost and just made him run away. It's perfect.
I walk straight up to him and try and speak to him in Druidic. Do you understand me?
we should keep moving.
Doesn't seem to understand you.
No,
What are you saying, Crusan?
You
was a shaman. I thought perhaps he spoke the words of the druids. He does not. I
Well, you
like
could be
him
a-
less.
You could be a shaman and not
Getting
a druid,
that
right?
close,
That's
Rusan.
very judge.
Sorry,
What's
I
the
couldn't
word?
hear over.
Getting that close, Rusan, you notice something
Oh.
on him that you've seen before in this place.
Oh no! Is it what I think it is?
He bears a symbol of Sylvanus.
Oh shit!
Sorry. Try getting rid of him now.
Fuck you! God damn it! Oh shit! I was worried. Now I'm more worried. I just stare at it for a good 10 seconds. Oh. You
Okay.
Sylvanus?
In life, I served Sylvanus.
Hey, wasn't that the one that helped you out when the thing you went out of your chest and was
Indeed.
Therefore he can't be bad if he helped you. He's good.
That tells you a little bit about his age.
Yeah. He's goddamn ancient. Oh boy. Oh boy, he's been around the block.
Right, can we keep going now? Now that we have proved how useful Sarnar is.
Wait. We should take him to the statue.
The statue's all the way back at
Good meat.
all the way just a little bit outside Goodmead.
We
You
need
got
to
other
go to
things.
Mead.
Do we?
We do. We have to speak.
Oh, to Danka! Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
With your chewing gum thingies.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, we could do other things on the way, you know, lovely word.
I worry for your friend. Common folk fear them more than I
We have
and
no.
I hate them.
We have a plan for that. Bren and Karis were gonna knit something, so we can't really be seen
On the
too
way
well.
there.
I mean, no, we could just cover him in our winter gear. No one would notice.
Or could you put him in this magic bag I found?
What?
The bag of
Oh.
holding.
Oh.
He doesn't need
How
to
could
I was
breathe.
wondering
how
if anyone would catch that. I just didn't want to say it.
How could someone fit in a bag? That's silly.
Your
Oh,
whole
it's
arm
magical
is
bag.
in there.
Oh yeah, I did.
It's magical.
Could you go in that bag, Sana? Just so we don't scare all the regular people.
I don't know.
Do you need to breathe?
Sana needs nothing.
Ranmir,
Yeah,
if we put him in the bag, can I have the bag?
you can have the bag. I don't want to carry a mummy around.
Yay!
Are you,
Grab his bag.
Oh no.
are you putting Sana in the bag?
Yeah. Just so we don't scare people.
I mean, you don't
We'll
need
go
to
there
put him in it
until we-
right now.
Just
Only-
put
Okay.
nothing. Put everything but his head in there, so you just have a head sticking out the bag at all times, so we can talk to him.
I'm just gonna stick my head in and say to him, "I'll pull you out when we need you."
Okay. You've got a mummy in the bag.
Right, I need to make notes of that bag of
And just
holding.
like that, everyone in this party became wanted by the FBI.
Well, if you open the bag a little bit, it smells of pumpkin spice.
Neat.
Oh no. Oh no, this is gonna end badly for
You
someone.
turned them into a potpourri.
Oh no. A fate worse than death. You are now scented candle.
Do you return to Lonelywood?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let me
this
just...
is amazing and everything I hoped it would be.
Well, I'd like to memorize that location we were just in, because hot springs... useful.
Sure, yeah, you can.
So... where are we on the map? We are there. Just gonna do one of these.
Oh yeah, we found your druids, didn't we? See?
We found possibly druids. We found one. Don't
We
know about
found
the second
two.
one, just that it was a sister.
Second one was in the tomb, in the coffin.
But was she the second druid, or was she just the sister?
The druids were
The
twins.
druids were sisters. I think we knew that.
I'm still worried about how she died.
No. Yeah.
To do some investigating.
Indeed. Well, you arrive back at Lonelywood. Still as sleepy as ever.
Let's head to the speaker's house.
Maybe she has more cookies.
Let me see, what time of day is it? And the storm's starting to blow in, so yeah. It's slowly getting dark. You arrive at the speaker's house. There's still light shining out the windows. You go in?
Hello? We're back.
One of
Found
the
a moose.
the halfling children opens the door, bids you in,
Hello, little one.
Hello.
and Speaker Huddle greets you in the kitchen once again. Good, you're back. Did
Found
you?
a moose.
Oh, you did. Good.
And
Did
I
you?
plonk the horns on the table.
Oh, yeah. I think this is proof you got it. I recognize those.
Did we get paid, or did we talk to the lady about getting rid of the chewing gums?
Yes, we did.
We did. Okay.
We got paid in rock.
Oh yeah, you got your rock. I remember.
Okay,
My
hang on.
portable cage.
She unlocks a drawer. You can see sugar in the drawer, and at the back of it, a pouch.
Cookies?
No, not cookies. But hang on, I can get you some. But first, she counts out 100 shiny gold coins. Here you go, the bounty.
I just hold on to it and just sort of...
Thank you.
4, 5, 6. Wait, how do we split 100 gold 6 ways?
Well, how about we each take 15 gold and the last 10 gold goes to renovations of the tavern?
I like that idea.
That's an excellent plan.
Good idea.
So you're interested in reopening the inn then?
It would be a ongoing project, seeing as our attention is rather spread out at the moment, as we are in high demand as bopping people.
Fair enough, fair enough.
But
I mean, no one else is doing anything with it, so...
when we have free time, I will be here with a tavern.
I have honey you could use to make mead.
And I have the skills to make mead.
Well, that is a project you can work on if you like, but it seems to be getting rather late. You can sleep in my heated attic if you like, since the inn is still closed.
Huge.
Thank you. That would be very welcome.
Will I fit in the attic?
You are quite large, but not that large.
Pretty large. Thank you. I just sit down in the middle of the floor for a minute.
Well, guess I'll get food on the table for 15 people. Okay. You see her drag out a gigantic pot.
Do you need help?
Traditional halfling cooking.
Yeah, you can do some chopping, some pruning, some peeling if you like.
Could I
Yep.
spend some time in the tavern now? See what needs doing?
I mean, yeah, you have an hour or two. She fishes out a gigantic copper key out of the same pouch that she took the coins out of and tosses it to you.
I catch it and I run off towards the tavern gleefully.
Well, off you go then. Oh yeah, just move the wood storage in there outside. If it's bothering you.
Ogren's already gone out the door.
Ah,
I can make tea.
I'll go after Ogren to help him move the wood and stuff.
I'll help with the cooking.
I help in the kitchen.
alright.
I try to make tea.
You can use that kettle over there if you like.
Thank you.
What are you using to make tea, by the way?
The whole tea kit that we got.
Tea kit?
I literally bought a tin of tea.
Oh yeah, you did. I forgot.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm using tea to make tea. The ultimate in experimental cooking.
that's some brewing you're doing there.
I'm a druid. I'm sure I've made tea before.
Yeah. You've made hot infusions, I guess.
The spiciest of magic infusions.
Well, the tea smells slightly floral. With a grassy note. And a tiny bit sweet.
Oh, that's the keep Remora awake tea.
I come over to the cooks and offer them tea.
Ah, thank you. The speaker takes a cup.
I also take a cup and help cooking.
The real question is, does it work?
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
It's moonbeam infused tea. She'll never see
Oh,
it coming.
fuck you.
She just melts. She just melts.
She would
The
never
ultimate
trust you
trap.
again.
Trust me, there are worse ways.
Yeah, still.
So what is everyone doing? Just us making tea at this point?
Yeah, you've
And
made
cooking
tea.
dinner.
And helping cook. Yeah.
Food is being made. Ogren, you arrive at the what was it called? The Ramshackle Inn.
Wow, it's literally called
So what?
Ramshackle. Nice. The Ramshackle Inn.
It is called the Ramshackle Inn. It looks a bit drafty, but
Inn on a tavern.
not much more than your shack, so... Looks fine to you. Anything you want to do while you're here?
I would like to go inside and sort of see what's going on inside.
Well,
Uh,
the key creaks as you open the door and walk in. Some of the floorboards seem a bit weak, but you think it's fine for now. Bunch of dust and cobwebs. Lots of lumber laying around the place for some reason. Weird.
okay. Was there a place outside where like horses could be tethered? Wasn't there? Is there?
You didn't go around the building, did you?
No, I think I should do a trip around the building as well. See if there's a place where I could put the lumber. And then I would probably start moving some of the lumber.
Well, there's a shack in the back that looks kind of like a stable.
Okay. And then is there space, like say, like the left of that, where I could stack up the lumber in like a pile?
Yeah, you could do that if you wanted to.
Okay. But you'd want a cover over it though, so it stays, you know, not snowed on, so it burns easier, don't you?
This does not look like lumber for burning.
Oh. This is big stuff. Oh, I see. I'm not going to be able to move this by myself.
Just as you
for
think
you.
that,
I was
a
gonna reach
dwarf
back.
steps into the inn.
Oh, hi, Rime.
Hello.
Could you help
I
me?
came to
Smith?
help.
Yeah, I think my plan to start off is getting all the wood out, and then we can see about doing some cleaning and maybe doing some fixing of like the floor and the walls and such.
Okay,
Sure.
do me a strength check, both of you.
Oh no.
Oh no.
It's pretty hard work. This is a lot of lumber.
Oh yeah.
As you keep working away,
Do we think we would the third man speed this up, Ranmir?
Ranmer stops to think for a moment and says, "No. I know what
Oh.
you're thinking."
Okay.
well, as you keep working away, it's hard work. You're working up a sweat, and you're starting to get really, really hungry. You feel like it's been more than 2 hours at this point. And there's still some lumber left in there.
Hmm.
We can take care of it later. Let's go back.
Okay.
Meanwhile, at the speaker's house, you're doing some cooking. Roll me wisdom, I guess. Whoever is helping with cooking.
I'm burning everything.
Rosado will try his damnedest.
Karis,
Tea is
your
accomplished.
experience does not help here. It's a bit too different.
You're not cooking enough people in your soup.
Don't cook people.
But other than that, this seems to be coming along quite nice. It's a nice big pot of soup filled with leeks, potatoes, carrots, other roots. Smells nice.
I hate to be the one to agree with him, but yes, you are correct, Zeppo. Children are not people.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, cooking people's not that different from cooking animals, right?
Wow.
I
I
Well,
heard they taste like chicken.
and after a while, an exhausted-looking Ranmir and Ogren join you. And you all crowd around a somewhat low table, along with Speaker Huddle and her 8 children.
The horrifying image of Husan just on the floor, knees to head, trying to sit at a tiny, tiny, tiny little table.
Yes, and you all demolish the soup.
It's good soup.
Well, anything else you'd like to do before you retire to the attic?
Not today.
Nope.
Good eye.
Ogren,
I can't hear.
Ogren? Ogren
I was
what?
going to go back to the tavern and finish up what started.
Okay, sure. You'll be a bit tired, but you can, if you like.
Just for a little bit, and if I'm guessing Rami was sleeping, so I would
But yeah, I
I'll
haven't heard
get-
Carla in a while. What was Carla doing?
Not being heard.
Not being
Yep.
heard.
The concern is how long has she been disconnected?
Well, anyways, I was planning to use this time to do this. And use my old shield to create some forks and knives for the tavern.
Oh yeah, you can do that. No problem.
Oh yeah, Caris, we should start
We should start knitting.
knitting their onesie, yes. I would say whatever colors we have of yarn and just
Yeah.
start it.
Do me knitting tools with Dex, I guess.
Oh, Randy, I hope you made all of our cutlery out of solid gold pieces.
On
No,
it, boss.
I used the shield.
Ah. Would have been funny if we had the most pristine mint cutlery in the entire continent.
I don't think we would have had
It'd be
a lot
terrible.
of cutlery left after a few people.
Oh. Also true.
Well, you
Make it out of lead.
make some good progress, but you're nowhere near done yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, there you are.
Hello.
Hello.
What's Carla doing?
Well, Carla would have would have pretended to help prepare the meal.
Mm-hmm.
but
Yes.
Actually would have been trying to just eat ingredients.
Fair enough.
Sounds about right.
Yep. You are in a halfling house, so that would be normal.
You're doing it, the kids are doing it, the chefs are doing it, the other one's not doing it, the guests.
Indeed. Anything else we want to do?
Not yet, not today.
I think
Ogren,
Carla
Ogren is
will play hide and seek with the halfling children.
Sure.
Oh, you cheating little shit, I know what you're gonna do.
Hide in the lamp and
Hide in the
never be
lamp.
found.
The thing
Oh.
is, I hadn't even thought of that, but that's exactly what she's gonna do.
That's hilarious. Oh, you're the
Not in
hide and
first
seek
one,
champion
just
of
like
the
in the
Huddle
third
House.
one or something.
Right.
But they know the first times they can find you and then just nothing.
Well, they're not
you're
finding
gone.
me anyway.
Nope.
No.
Nope, they are not.
Well, you're the hide and seek champion. Well, let's see. Ogren, you return to the inn alone this
Yep.
time.
yeah.
Are you doing the work on the wood? Are you carrying it?
Yeah. If
Alone?
I struggle by myself, then I will whip out Sana.
Do me a strength check.
Could I rage?
Every 1
No.
minute.
I mean, you can, but it would be recommended.
Oh,
You're too full to do much here.
okay, it can wait. It's a long-lasting project. I think I'm gonna sleep in the tavern though.
It's cold in the tavern and kind of drafty.
So it's just like my shack.
It is, but you don't have like a million fish skins to cover yourself with.
Is there not rooms up top?
Yeah, there are, but you know, it's not great. It's been 2 years since there's been any maintenance on this building.
Okay, I'll go back to the Halfling house then.
I don't think Mom is very warm.
Well, he might be afterwards. He's a mobile blanket.
Okay, I guess you all get a nice little snooze in.
A spell slots return,
Indeed.
3 points.
and new spells are active.
Oh boy.
Health
Oh
is
boy.
restored, and spell slots are returned.
Do I get... Where are my rages? My rages are back.
Yes, Ogun gets his spell slots as well.
Indeed, thank you.
Yes, the other spell slots.
I do have spells. I do have spells. Thank you very much.
Do they use a spell slot?
Yeah, well, no. But yes.
Yes, but no. But also yes.
They have charges. It's almost
Now
the
I've got to
same
pick.
thing.
Now I've got to pick. You, Val, you know exactly which one I'm gonna pick.
What are you gonna pick? Is it Moonbeam?
No, 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 no.
Don't.
I won't. No, I don't want Brain on my. Well, I don't want to be on Brain's bad side, but I have something else that I can do now.
Oh, okay.
Would you like to see?
No.
Sure.
I'll send it directly to you.
What am I? Oh, okay, sure. Oh boy. Oh boy, this is gonna be great.
Truth?
No, it is not.
It could be better or worse depending on circumstances.
Well, we'll see how you use it. Okay, it's a morning. Do you want to predict the weather?
Of course, I'm gonna predict the weather. I don't go anywhere without it.
It's a nice, crisp, clear morning, and it will stay that way for the rest of the day.
Excellent. Smooth tidings ahead.
So are we heading straight to Tourmaline or doing some in work first?
I don't know. Can't use that. I am in need of magical components to do really fun stuff.
Well, you know where you can go to get whatever you need.
Yes, but I don't have the money to afford them.
I mean, you just got paid, and you're still waiting on payment for the other job.
True.
Yeah, we get money in Tourmaline.
But the spells require very expensive things.
Oof.
Oh. Should I put the tavern front in the bag of holding? Should I keep track
I
of
should
that?
probably set myself to public again.
Or is someone else taking care of that?
I don't want to carry the money. You don't want to
I
spend
will.
money.
I will carry the money.
Yeah, put it in the bag of holding.
Indeed.
Along with the cutlery as well.
Yes.
Okay. How much cutlery is it?
Actually.
How heavy is a shield?
6 pounds.
6 pounds of cutlery it is. How much does...
Well, Carries, we might want to see if the thing we knitted last night fits. Not that we knit the
Oh.
whole thing, and then it's too small or too big.
That's a good idea. That's an excellent idea.
Hey, Ogren, can you get your friend out of the bag? This is weird.
This is weird.
I'm just gonna go with that for now. Level 4 plus.
Can Shady hear us?
Hello?
Yes. Ogren, can you get your friend out of the bag so we can see if the thing we knitted or start to knit would actually fit
right.
him?
Yes, sorry. Thinking about cabin stuff. Hello, Sana.
We're just trying to see if the new clothes will fit if they're done.
Where are you doing this, by the way?
In the attic.
In the attic.
Okay,
Oh
okay.
no!
Well, the attic now smells of pumpkin spice, and there's a
You're going to attract the children.
dried corpse
We're
standing
quick.
in the attic now.
We're just
Oh, I
quickly
don't have
measuring if the thing we knitted fits so far.
It seems to fit fairly nicely. It's currently kind of like the top of a hoodie, plus like the shoulders bit. But you know,
Okay.
Okay.
keep working at it.
Thank
Now you can put him
You can
back.
go back in the bag.
He's back in the bag.
You've bagged the corpse.
Indeed.
Again.
Bagged and tagged.
Oh god. This is amazing. Well, are we going straight to Tourmaline or are we going to do some work at the inn first?
Well, the inn isn't going anywhere. We should probably go get paid.
I want to see the Chewingas.
Well, that's a long way, so
The Chewingas is. Yeah.
good mate.
I mean,
Yep.
we could go Tourmaline, see what's going on there, check on our kobold friends, and then
Get
maybe
paid.
go to Bremen. Exactly. Go to Bremen, because they've potentially got the Torg Trading Company. They've got the big fish monster. There's potentially a lot of cool stuff there.
Well,
I'd rather
first,
stay away from the water till next level. Just
first
saying.
Tourmaline, then Targus, and then we can decide where else.
You know, the one thing we never checked is follow the river, the fish's song.
Oh, yeah, there's Marcadia's cabin up north from here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Do we want to do that, or do we want to do the other stuff first?
We are pretty far north, so.
We're pretty close. We're closer to the cabin than we are to.
And the guy who asked us to check the cabin is in Brian Shander. So maybe go up there first.
Well, it's only.
Anyone
what was
else? Any input on that?
Didn't we have to collect our money? The money will still be there, right?
The money would still be there.
Okay. We could go to the cabin. Weren't you really scared about the fish thing, though, after speaking to... What happened with the druid? It was all silent, and she was speaking, and you were apparently understanding, and you were looking all surprised, and... Oh, yeah, also... Ooh, Bren, your thing, too.
My thing is fine.
You sure? You're okay?
Yes.
Okay. But yeah, you acted really scared, Bruceanne. What was going on? And then you said about the thing in the fish, didn't you? Or am I forgetting things again?
The little bush mentioned the thing in the lake.
The bush mentioned the
me.
thing in the water. Exactly. I knew there was something.
If you're asking me what the druid says, she's been awakening things. I'm not sure you would understand what that means.
Yeah, I may not, but they might. Like, gestures to everyone else.
Does it look like they understand what it means to have a creature awakened?
I mean, we saw the bush.
Yeah, from the context, they can understand that.
She's been awakening creatures for a long time. like those wolves we met.
Why?
But she didn't say. Only that her beasts will avenge them. Which means, as far as I can tell, the sister is murdered. This would sought vengeance in the one way she knew how. There's a reckoning of sorts for this land.
Do you remember her battle cry as well?
I
She
do.
served all
Well, if we want to find out more about that, once we go and do all the cabin stuff, kill the big monster thing in Bremen because it's clearly part of her plan, so it should be dealt with and bopped.
Not necessarily. She was upset with it for not doing its job, which means it wasn't obeying her.
Which
The
means
creature could be talked to and reasoned with.
Maybe not if it wasn't listening to her.
Perhaps it is smarter than some of us in this room.
That's
Looking
rude.
dead.
That's rude. It may be true, but it doesn't make it any less mean. But if we wanted to find out more about the Frostmaiden lady, East Haven
Oh
may
shit.
be an interesting place because that's where they were burning them.
But also,
closer to the thing.
Macreadius was looking into that stuff as well, wasn't he?
Was she?
Yep.
Was she?
Yep.
He? Help them?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yep.
Also, Val, what is the current moon cycle?
It's just past the half moon and it's going towards new moon.
We can't go near Bryn Shander for a while.
The
right.
sacrifices.
We might want to avoid civilization till after.
well then. I mean, people would probably find it very difficult to grab all of us. People try and grab us, we bop them.
Oberon, not all of us are as efficient in fighting hordes of people.
Then we run away. We bop the people that get close and run away.
You would murder people
No,
for the sake of it.
I didn't say murder. I said bop them. That could just mean whacking them on the noggin so they fall on the floor unconscious. I don't have to kill every time I swing my axe.
Don't let your past judge your future.
I didn't hear that because you went all robot, but I haven't killed every
Of
time I've
course it
swung
did.
my axe.
Don't let your past guide your future, Oberon. And I'm giving you the most poignant stare I can.
Well,
You-
for now, just go to the cabin up
That's-
north and then figure out our next steps. Whatever
You
we
don't know
find up
much
there.
about my past, thank you very much. That's quite insulting.
I heard enough.
You heard what?
He heard.
Well, you were listening to Ark.
Yes, let's just go to the cabin.
Still, doesn't change anything. Doesn't mean you know me. Just because you heard that bit. Don't
Perhaps
judge
you
me
want to
based on
explain it to
something
me
you
others.
overheard.
Then you won't mind explaining to the others what I'm talking about.
You want me to do this here, where the little uns could overhear it?
We can talk about this on the road. As we head to
Fine.
the cabin.
Ogren storms out. He's not happy.
Okay, you're leaving Lonelywood then?
Yeah.
Towards the north?
I'm assuming that was the point of origin, since we don't want to go near Sacrificial Lane.
Yep, to the cabin.
Okay, how
Sacrificial lane.
how do you want to go north? Do you go along the shore? Do you go through the woods and then north? Or do you go in the woods and north?
All sound terrible, but I feel like the safer option is through the woods where the damn dragon can't see us.
I would follow the river.
I agree. I think following the river is probably the safest, in quotes, bet.
And easiest to not get lost.
Yes, that too.
I mean, if you want to walk along the river where the critter lives, by all means.
We don't have
Well-
to walk right on the edge. We can be like 5 meters in the land and still follow the river.
And it's probably closer to Bremen if it hasn't attacked anyone from Thermalen or Targos.
True, it's been hanging around the southwest.
Yeah, Lonelywood wasn't having any issues with the beastie.
The plesiosaur.
Indeed. How weird. So you're
We'll
going
figure that out eventually.
along the shore and then along the river? Is that
Looks
how
like
you're
it.
going? Okay.
Yep.
Well, it's a clear day. The snow is crunchy. There's a cold wind blowing in over the lake. And you start to climb. The trees start to fall away on either side. The river just starts cutting a deep gorge into the countryside. And after a few hours travel, you see, perched on the edge of a snowy ridge above a gorge, a black lodge on wooden stilts. Whatever path might have led to this ramshackle retreat lies buried under the snow.
I think that's it. I worry for its occupant.
It does seem rather quiet. Ooh. There we go. Okay.
Do I smell blood on the wind?
Ah! Whoops, I flattened one of you. There you go.
Oh no!
Just moving all of you over one square so you can see. There you go. You arrive at the black cabin. You don't smell anything on the wind.
No fire.
No fire. No blood. You just see a cabin on stilts. The wood is still stocked. You see icy steps climb up to a snow-covered walkway that clings to the south side of the structure.
Should I...
The building is somewhat slumped and sagging, and the roof is covered in snow.
Should I do the spider thing and take a look?
Are we trying to be sneaky? Or do we just go and say hello to what could be a friend?
I'm
Is this
only
not-
seeing. I'm Val. I'm only seeing. I'm seeing the floorboards of the outside of the cabin.
Okay.
Everything else is black columns.
Yeah, that's meant to be like that, isn't it?
But I don't even see the outside of the outside walls or anything like it's just completely okay.
You don't
There we
see
go. Okay,
anything
that's
there?
better. Nope, it's back. I'm better.
Okay.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, that was odd.
It just roll 20 being roll 20. Okay.
Ah, I see.
Carry on.
Also, hang on. I think my Discord's working again because I can hear the music.
Do we switch over there? Let me unmute you there for a second.
Can you hear me? You just
Yes.
mute.
I think I can... Wait. Say something again?
Hello, greetings and salutations.
Yes, can hear.
Alright, it looks like it's finally unhooked itself.
No, I can. What the hell was that?
The horror in the north.
La da 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 da.
Okay, I need to turn off roll 20. Let's see, I want to. Nothing. Nothing. Reconnect. There we go.
Finally, music again. Silence is terrifying. Hello,
Hello?
Yes, hello.
I hear
You gotta mute yourself on roll 20.
So it appears the good news is we can hear again.
Okay,
Second good news. Oh,
can I get a
Hello?
sound check
This
from
Hello?
time.
everyone?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
greetings.
Hello.
Testing.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
yeah.
can hear
I got everyone.
all of you.
Good.
I'm like, I can't hear Valinor or Shady, not Shady, Tumbury, but I've actually muted them on my end, so.
Yep, that
Oh.
explains it.
How dare you mute me? I'm a man of glory.
Well, I was getting you through roll 20,
Ah,
so.
fair. Alright. Back to what we're doing now that things are working again. Do we want to be sneaky beaky and send in the spider, or do we want to do normal sneaky beaky, or are we just gonna walk on in?
Ranmir,
Good
from
question.
the smell, you can tell this is an outhouse.
I don't smell that.
I figure there's no one inside.
There is no one inside.
What was the last source of defecation?
You can go check.
I could. Oh wait, is it on stilts? So I couldn't go around and look inside, could I?
It is on stilts. Can barely see through some of the broken windows.
Because I was just gonna do a quick. Gonna go all the way around the outside of the house, see if I see anything.
How tall are the stilts?
Let's see here. Hang on. Don't think it says, so I'm guessing about. Oh, it's 20 feet.
Oh, okay, I can't boost someone up to that. Or can I?
I could just fly up.
Yeah, true. I'm gonna save my plan. I'm not gonna
There's
scooter up.
there's stairs leading up right
yeah,
there.
these stairs.
Oh, those are stairs.
Oh, those are stairs. Oh,
Those
okay.
are stairs leading up.
So we're getting sneaky beaky or no?
Yeah, let's try. Let's try sneaky. If it works, that's a different question.
Oh shit!
Well,
What's up?
he rolled a nat one,
Oh. Yep.
but I would like to burn one more sheet. If
What
I
was
feel significant, I'm going scooter.
Going spooter. Okay. Let me just where are you? There you are.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Weep, 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 weep.
I
And
feel like
now,
Ogwyn just
stealth is a spooter, which is much better than zero.
You're very stealthy for a spider.
Well, I don't feel like Ogren's just put his foot straight through the stairs.
You're the first stair, I guess. You cracked it in half with a loud cracking noise.
I think there goes the stealth approach.
Quite likely, yes.
Well,
Probably.
Ogren just shouts. I think there goes the stealth approach.
yeah, most likely.
Just stomps up the disappointed spider noises.
I am going to climb onto the roof of the building. I don't know how to do roof of the building in this.
I guess you're up on the roof. It's covered in snow. There's not much to see out there.
No holes in the roof I can peer through.
Nope.
Scuttling across the roof.
Hello? Macreedus?
Don't hear anything. There's a door ahead of you, to your right.
Well,
I do
I'll go
also
for it.
like how we have an invisible flying scout, and we're just like, no. Send over in.
You've
So
never
you're-
mentioned that.
Are
The
you
rest of
opening
us
the door?
think, as we know.
Yeah, I'll open door. Oh,
Frost covers every surface in this abandoned workshop. You see some tools scattered about, some twisted bits of metal.
Ranmere,
Well,
there's a workshop. This is kind of your thing, right?
I guess so.
Are you looking
There's
about?
like metal and tools and bits. Oh yeah, let's do a look about. It looks abandoned.
You find a full set of smithing tools and tinkerer tools spread across the table.
Hmm.
And you can hear some skittering in the bookshelf on the north wall. Do you take a closer look?
What's skittering?
Do you peer in?
Yeah, why not? Let's get bitten by a spider.
You peer through past some of the old scraps of paper. You see a family of squirrels nesting there. They seem harmless.
Oh, they're so cute.
Wait,
I would like to wait there for Rich and try and ritually cast speak with animals.
Do you all
Well,
wait
let's-
10 minutes or do you continue exploring?
They'd probably
Let's-
continue
I'm
exploring.
going to
Keep
continue
exploring.
exploring.
Yes.
I'm
Well,
exploring as a spooder.
Ogren's just trying to talk to them for 10 minutes, and then eventually it kicks in, I think.
Karis, the walkway in front of you is a bit broken. If you want to get to the other door, you'll have to try a jump.
Or I just fly over.
Oh, you fly over, that works as well. Do
Which is
you?
what I'm going to do. Yes. Loop, 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 loop. Can I open the door?
Yeah, you can. Hang on. Du- 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 du.
Bloop.
There you go.
Okey-doke.
You've opened the door.
See a giant spider.
You see a giant spider.
Do I see anything outside it? Well, what does the room look like?
Hang on, freeze there for a second.
I froze.
This room contains the lingering smell of burnt wood, a faint odor of wine, and burnt flesh. Snow is drifted in from the outside and it's pushed into the corners by a stiff wind through the broken windows. The walls and the furniture are scorched black, including a table with the charred remains of a book on it. Next to the table, on the floor, amid several broken bottles of wine, is a mostly incinerated skeleton, and a round, frost-covered object about 6 inches in diameter.
Okay.
Also, are you
I'm
still
gonna-
flying?
I am not still flying.
Hang on. Hang on. Do me...
Oh, is this something I need to worry about?
Do me a dexterity saving throw.
Nice.
Okay, you quickly unfurl your wings and take flight as the ground beneath your feet gives way and drops to the bottom of the chasm below.
Oh.
As this part of the floor breaks away.
This is why I stay in the roof.
Okay. Going to move, fly away from the giant hole.
Yes.
I'm assuming these windows are broken as well.
Yes.
Okay. I shout out the window, the floor gave way.
Oh boy. Does all of the floor give way, or?
No, but it's... There's a good chunk of the floor right inside the door that is gone. And I don't know how sturdy the rest of the floor is.
That's bad.
Note to self: do not put the fat man on the floor.
Do not put the fat man on the floor.
I would like to try to jump to the other side.
Okay. Well, you can jump if you like.
Did I hear a massive
Yeah.
crash coming from over there?
Yep. You heard some creaking of wood and dropping.
What happened?
The floor gave in.
Oh.
But Paris can fly, so she's fine.
Huh. Useful.
Do you have to roll for some?
No, you just jump.
Okay, good.
Spider sticks his head out the window.
Do me a dex save.
Oh, me.
Oh, heavy man jumping on rotten wood.
Okay, yep. You drop 20 feet straight down into the snow and take 1 bludgeoning damage and landing prone.
Expected? Yes.
The walkway is hanging at a 45 degree angle downwards.
So down here. So there's nowhere to get in the door from there.
The spider
I mean, you
continues
can-
to stick its head out the window.
You can try it.
How big are the windows? Could somebody small squeeze in through the windows?
Yeah, good question.
If you widen it a little bit, sure. If you had someone with a giant axe,
Yeah, Ogren, can you carefully widen this window?
Okay.
And
If
in
someone would like to
anticipation,
give
I
me some
cast-
space,
Cast Grace on myself. Enhance ability.
if people would like to give me some space, I can get to work.
Yes.
Kala?
Back.
Hold on. We'll let Ogren pass.
Okay.
Do me an attack
Oh.
roll with
Okay.
your axe.
Can I do it No, that's going to be dumb. I will not do it recklessly.
Yes, please recklessly chop the floor out from beneath you.
Should we just do damage as well?
Yep, roll me some damage. Yeah, you carefully, quote unquote, chop into the side of the house here, and you take out a good chunk of it. I think you made a door instead of a window, though.
It works. Hello.
Oh,
Be careful. The floor might not hold everyone.
maybe let me go first. I weigh less.
Fair enough. I've already kind of gone through, so here you go.
Spider just fucks off again.
Yep.
Do a
Ogren
spider
gets,
bit.
Ogren gets low to the ground, puts his hands on the floor as well, axe away, so he's spreading his weight out between 4 points of contact instead of 2.
Okay, yeah.
So his weight is less concentrated.
Okay, sure.
And yeah, it's basically doing that and walking around like that. It looks very stupid.
It is weird, but sure.
Ogre doing ogre things.
Is there any way to read the burned book? Or is it too far gone?
Well, Nothing remains of this tomb except ashes and a badly burned spine. You can discern the letters E, T, H, E, R on the spine, but not much else. Somewhat near the end.
Wait, which letters? E, T?
Ether. Somewhat near the end.
Okay.
Ether.
Fine. Okay.
Interesting.
Can we investigate the frost-covered circle?
The frost-covered object, about 6 inches in
Objecty
diameter.
thing. Yeah.
Well, it looks like 2 scorched rings inlaid with runes, and a dense chunk of coal at its core. Did you pick it up?
No.
Okay.
Can I read the runes?
They don't... You're not familiar with them.
That's a door there, right?
There's 4 doors left in here.
Can I open the one next to me, please?
The one to the south, sure. Moria, do you want to open the one that you're next to?
Yes.
What is, like these things? Here.
Those would be fireplaces. Let's see.
Oh.
Ogren, you see, wooden planks that have been nailed over a broken window. You see a saggy double bed and a bookcase containing some folded clothes, a few blank sheets of parchment, a set of calligrapher's supplies, and next to the bookcase is a soot-stained hearth. You can spy a piece of paper lying within the ashes.
I'll grab the calligraphy set. We'll just stuff it in the bag of holding.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll go and look at the thing that's in the fireplace.
You fish it out.
Yeah.
Should be in your journal for you to look at. Under handouts.
I do not have it. Not yet.
Oh, that's the wrong character. Whoops. I clicked the one above you. There you go. Now you should have it.
You gave me the thing. Okay.
Thank you. Is it in common?
It is in common.
Okay.
Scroll down for the clear text so you don't have to read the cursive.
Oh, I was gonna read. I was reading the cursive.
How very ogren of you.
I've noticed anything in features in the building.
Which rooms exactly did you... Okay, you're in there. Let's see, this is...
I've been in that one and that one, as well as this one.
Yeah, the one I'm currently in.
Let's do this one. Just see tattered grey curtains. Snow is covering the floor. And you feel like this room hasn't been used in a long time. Let's see. Mora. This place contains a fireplace and 2 empty bookcases. You see a bunch of frost-covered blueprints tacked to the walls and strewn across the floor. And face down on the floor next to one of the blueprints is a tiny man made out of clay.
So a tiny statue.
Yeah. Of some sort.
I take a look at the statue.
Do me an Arcana check.
Oh, that's not what I'm good at.
Yeah, you have no idea what this is.
Tiny statue.
I'm gonna I'm gonna use my dagger to pick up the rings.
Well, as you lift it from the floor, the coal in the middle of the rings starts glowing in radiance, as bright as a candle flame. What do? You have 5 seconds. 4,
Uh,
3,
I
2.
I put it on the table. I drop
Okay.
it on the table.
Okay, yep. It goes out again.
I turn to Ranbeer and Carla. Did you two see that?
Yeah. That's
That's not good.
See what? What happened? What I missed?
Carla backs into the corner, and then conjures a mage hand to pick up the rings.
I'm gonna back up a little further too.
Okay, everyone freeze a second. Okay, you pick up the thing with the mage hand. It starts glowing again. What do you do?
She's gonna move the mage hand so it's like over the hole.
Well, as you move it, the light blossoms into a sphere of golden incinerating radiance. Everyone in this room, do me a Constitution saving throw.
Boy.
Do
Does
I
that include
count
me
it
and
as
Bryn?
a roll? Yeah.
You're just out
You're
of
not in the
range.
room.
Oh, nice.
Oh, Branmir, you take 45 radiant damage.
Excuse me?
Everyone else takes 90 radiant damage.
Dead.
Everyone reduced to 0 hit points by this is incinerated to ash.
What?
Oh, sure.
I'm dead.
What?
Everyone that
Okay.
just died, join me in the other chat if you please.
What?
That was So Serenity, Shady,
Me.
What?
Zeppo, and Caleb. I'll be back in a second.
If I'd made the save as well, I would have lived. I would have had just
That was
enough.
nat 20.
Oh,
Hello!
To clarify, was that fire or radiant damage?
That was
Radiant.
radiant.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
radiant damage. If it was
Okay,
regular
red-
fire, I
red-
would have been fine.
Yeah, red's dead as well.
You find yourself in the realm between this one and the next. What form would you like your immortal spirit to take?
But
Well, you look like a ghostly spectral bear.
Fox.
Okay. Your spirit
Wait,
can
do
be
we
an
have to be
object as well.
animals?
You don't have to
Oh.
be animals, you can be anything. Can be an
Oh,
orb, you can
hammer.
be an item. Oh, you're a hammer. You're a floating hammer. Nice.
Hmm.
A signed photograph of Kate Blanchett.
actually, it
Okay.
could be anything. I think Ogren would be a ship. Ogren would be a big pirate ship.
Okay, yeah, you're well big. Well,
Yeah. Well, a pirate ship.
Karis is a rifle.
yep. Well, you're also not alone in here. Hang on. Where is he? If I can find him.
Let me guess, it's Macredus who's been burnt alive by the summer star.
Yeah, you see a very annoyed looking floating spectral head with fire-burning eyes. Macretus greets you. Ah, you just had to move the damn thing, you... Ugh. Well, congratulations, you're dead. And bound to this forsaken place. Ah, if only you had fixed that damn thing instead. Could have been 3 of us. Ugh.
Fixed how?
There's blueprints all over the place. But you just had to mess with it instead. God's sake. Well, at least you're not all dead. Any ideas on how we want to tell these other guys how to fix
we-
this?
How? Wait, are we in the same room as them? How are we meant to tell them?
Well-
We're dead, they're not.
I've been dead too long, I can't influence anything anymore.
Wait, we
But
could
you're
influence
fresh.
things?
You could write in the snow, maybe. That could work. Throw something at them or something.
Wait, did all my stuff get incinerated?
Well, you don't touch a sun without everything getting destroyed, eh?
Because would all my magic things be destroyed? Because we have someone that can help in my bag.
Well, as far as you can tell, everything's gone. Turned to ash.
No. The bag of holding?
It's still just a bag. Ogren.
Well, we know something.
Something.
Something of mine will have been destroyed, and that means she'll be out.
Oh shit.
Oh. Well, would you like to...
And she can certainly survive that level of damage.
Yep, yep. You could probably call on her too.
Can I? Ooh. Would I be able to call on my patron from here?
Maybe. You can try. Do you try?
Yes.
Oh heck.
Well, you concentrate very hard. You set out the usual thoughts. And after a while, from very far away, you hear... You've got yourself into a pickle, haven't you?
It would seem so.
Well, I can help you if you like.
I would like that very much.
Should I tell them what they need to do?
Please. We need to fix this somehow.
Well, I can see if they're receptive to me. We'll now go back to the other chat, but don't tell them what happened to you, okay?
14.
Hello.
Hi.
You just saw your
Is it
friends
just you?
incinerate in front of you.
Yeah, and they
Yeah,
all
and the
moved
spiders
back.
and Brent are just standing there gaunt. Just watched Ash. Just
I just look at
You
the room,
just
then at the
saw a
spider.
small sun explode in this room and obliterate your friends. And suddenly, you hear in your mind, well, they screwed up a little bit, didn't they? But you can still bring them back if you like.
While Grimoire looks at the spider like, what? Fuck. Okay, the spider. How?
Use your eyes, little one. The answer is all around you.
I look at the doll.
It's just a clay doll, but there is a lot of paper around you.
Yeah, I tried to find anything on these papers that might help with incinerated people.
Well, you see blueprints for the Summer Star. A magical item, blessed by Lathander. Do me an intelligence insight check. With advantage, because you saw the device malfunction.
So, how can I roll it with something else? Ah, nice.
Nice.
20.
Well, you obviously see the mistake in this device. These two rings are not enough to contain the power the device puts out. A third ring will need to be attached.
No, sir. I don't like it.
And as you think this, and you as a spider scuttle into the room, a figure emerges from where Kala bit the dust, so to speak. It is a slightly translucent figure, clad in an amethyst gown, golden scales upon her skin,
Oh, fuck.
and flowing long hair.
Oh, fuck.
Well,
Fine.
well, this is not quite what I wanted to happen. Also, my beautiful, beautiful lamp got destroyed. This is not good. Not good at all.
The spider just hangs off the ceiling and stares, confused and dazed by the thing that just emerged.
Who are you?
I am Galinda the Glittering. A friend, I would say.
So the lamp that Carla had belongs to you.
Yes. Yes, it does. And I feel
And the
there's
outfit?
still something here. I can still feel her presence near. We can still fix this, I feel.
So would setting the device off a second time bring them back if we fix the power issue?
Well... She looks around a little bit. For obvious signs. Well... I know what this device is. And if you do that god a favor, he usually repays it with a favor.
Lathander. Have I ever heard anything about this god?
Yes, he's quite well known in the south of the Sword Coast. He is the god of the morning and of rebirth.
How would one bargain with him?
Don't think bargains would be necessary. You just finished the work one of his people started? And maybe he'll be gracious enough to return your friends to you?
Well, he's better. And I try looking for the device.
It sits on the table, well, now on the very, very charred table.
I take it if I pick it up, it starts glowing again.
Yes.
Okay. I need to find a ring, a third ring. Bruce, I don't even know if you can understand me. But we need to put
Semaphore,
another...
yes.
I don't understand Semaphore. I'll just talk to you because there's no one else left. Again. Never mind. We need a third ring around this. According to the blueprints. So we need to find another ring that fits around this thing.
I nod in the best way a spider can.
And I start looking.
You don't
This door's open.
really
Do I
find one. You would think you'd find one in the laboratory, but clearly whoever made this device did not see the flaw in its design that you saw. You think you'll have to make the ring yourself.
Oh, titty sprinkles.
Well, we don't really have the materials here that we require. Unless you want to strike a bargain with another entity that I hear has visited you. She puts on a slightly disdainful face.
Are you talking to me?
Oh god.
I've been visited.
Wasn't there
I don't really...
another voice here just a second ago?
Oh, that... thing. That's another deity?
Well, it's something. I'm not a big fan.
Well, I'll just talk to the air. Hey, you still there? Got something to make you ring?
Well. What can you offer me for the materials you require?
I don't know, what do you need?
Well... Maybe... I can ask you a favor. Yes. How about you take better care of my friend next time? I am rather fond of her.
Oh god, no! No! No!
You're a spider.
I know, and I'm turning... No, I'm not going to turn back. I won't. I
What
refuse.
friend of yours?
Oh, my dear Karis.
That one. Well, it wasn't my plan that they all die and burn to ash. So... yeah. Of course I look after my friends.
Well, in that case... Do me a deck save.
Has it been an hour still when I entered?
No. This
Then
all
I
happened
still
rather
have Cat's
quickly.
Grace. Then I still have Cat's Grace. And I have advantage.
Me as well, or just poor Bren?
No, only Bren.
Oh no.
Oh, is Dex check also Dex saves? No, right?
Just
Dex
yeah.
checks.
Does that
A save
count?
is a save,
A
and a
save
check
is a
is a
save.
check.
That's something else.
Okay, then I don't have it.
Doesn't like you
Oh,
did
no.
it.
You just dodge out of the way as a ring of metal drops from the ceiling. It doesn't
boy.
quite look like the one attached to the device. You think you'll have to do the engraving yourself.
Thanks, I guess, and I will look after her. You just shouldn't get incinerated instantaneously because I can't do shit about that. And I take the ring.
Alright.
Why
I
would
look
tell
at
us
the
to come
engraving.
here?
I look at the engravings on the ring that are already there.
Yep, you saw
Do they
them
make any
on the
sense to me?
blueprints as well. You think
Okay.
you could copy them if you take the blueprints with you.
I take the blueprints, I take the ring, and I hope that there's something in the workshop that I can use.
There's some Tinkerer's tools. Do me an Arcana check.
Yeah, that's not. No. Please be good. Fuck no.
Oof. Well, if you work away at it, start to line the things out. Doesn't seem quite right yet. Do me a DC. No, don't. I'm not gonna tell you the DC. Do me a dexterity check.
A dex check, so that is what I have advantage on.
Yes.
That's so weird. That's so weirdly written in this.
Yeah. 14.
It's not quite there yet. You think you'll need a bit more work. Maybe if you had someone to help you with this.
Hey, Vadarusan. We need these blueprints. We need a third ring to stabilize the summer star. I need help.
I'll tilt my head. Eventually nod. And if you'd kindly swap me back there.
Hang on. There you go.
I'll do what I can. This is beyond even me.
This is beyond me either, but we need to get them back. Just hold the ring steady and maybe that will work better. I don't have to hold it and engrave.
Alright, I do as she says, since she seems to know better what she's doing than I do.
Okay. Do me a Arcana check with advantage, and then Dex check again, also with advantage.
Fuck me.
What?
I can't roll high for it.
You keep hammering away at it, and you hear an exasperated voice behind you. Oh, let me do it. You feel magical energy shoot past you, as you can smell lavender, and the magical engravings form on the ring perfectly, just like the blueprints.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well then.
Now, all that is left is to attach the ring to the device.
What was that other voice?
It
A
is
friend of Karis.
best you don't meet that one. Not everyone can be as gracious as me.
I put the ring next to the device. Bruce, stay out of this room. And I use Mage Hand to put it around to try to fix it to it. And I also have mending if that helps.
Okay,
Wait,
yeah.
wait for mending. For mending, I think I have to touch it. Yeah. So I will
Just
do
mage
the
hand?
attaching here.
Okay, you're in there.
Yeah. I try not to lift it. I just place the other ring
Try to
around it and
slide it into place.
yeah, and then mend it to get it together.
Well, as you slide the ring into place, the device starts to shake a little bit, and you flinch, and nothing happens. It seems to be fine.
Okay. So Houston, do you think just lift it up and do the same thing again?
Maybe from a distance.
That was my plan. I could not hear that. You went robot.
I'll help if I can.
I use mage hand and lift the device.
Nothing much happens. It does not explode, it does not light up or anything.
Just for good measure. Just to make sure it's working.
Yeah, it's intensely magical now. Transmutation, by the way.
It's working. Transmutation.
Do you put your hands on it?
Yes.
You feel warm energy flow through you. And you can feel control over
No.
the weather
What?
around you. You feel like you could extend this control in a radius. Do you wish to do so?
I wish to get my friends back and not control the weather. But yes, let's give it a try. But I try not to. I don't want to do wind because I don't want to blow away the ashes of my friends.
Indeed. You
A
feel
wise
like
option.
the cold weather around you lessens a bit. And the air seems a bit warmer. The device lights up brightly and then extinguishes. You can feel a spirit near you. You can feel a thankful feeling, as if you released something from this place. And as it departs, you can feel divine radiance as whoever died in the last 24 hours in this place is reborn in perfect glory around you, with all the possessions intact.
I immediately grab Carla and just sobbing, I hug her. You're okay. You're okay.
Also,
That's the second worst I've ever felt.
all of you receive the permanent blessing of the Morning Lord.
What?
Each day at dawn, you regain 10 temporary hit points.
Oh, damn.
That's
Can you
really
put that
good.
somewhere in writing?
Blessing of the Morning Lord.
There, that should be it.
What?
Other.
Is Macretus here? We were just talking to him.
You're
From-
okay.
From your perspective, you saw Macretus ascend as the device was activated. as if he was freed from a binding to this place.
Macredus is now ascended. That's good.
Also, with the warmer temperature, you smell a faint smell coming from this door at the end here. Also, you can see something glinting in the now departed skeleton of Macredus.
Do
Well,
I still have the device in my hand?
what I was about to say, Macredus wasn't alone. He was working on this thing called the Summer Star with his friend, with someone called Copper.
You've met Copper.
Copper
Oh,
was-
Copper was the guy we
Just
met.
something in Brian Chandler.
Yeah.
Detect
yeah.
magic would still be active, right?
Yes, 10 minutes.
The device is no longer magical. The thing
It's-
glinting in the skeleton, though, that is magical.
I'm not sure if
Paris
it's
isn't
what
touching anything.
I haven't touched.
I put down Carlo and go to the thing. I want to make sure this isn't going to kill us either.
You see some sort of amulet.
What is it? What magic school, if any?
Don't think it has a school.
It's just pure magical.
Just magical.
I pick it up.
Yep, you've got a magical amulet bearing the symbol of Lathander.
Amulet of Thunder.
Oh yeah, also, Galinda retreats back into her lantern, which is now fully restored.
Do we have hit points back? Are we...
Yeah, you're perfectly in perfect condition.
Carlo.
I pocket the device.
That was...
It's... Friend.
Hmm?
It's... Magic is
Still, better we have it than someone else and puts magic back in there.
Oh, Karis. We're supposed
Yeah.
to take care of you now.
Okay.
Someone said you were a friend of theirs. Carla's friend didn't like them, though. They
Not
were
many.
kind of scary.
She can be scary. She can
Maybe.
also be very helpful.
Isn't that
She
what we're
did.
already doing? We're already taking care of each other, I thought.
We are.
Yes. Ooh, sharks.
Yep,
Sharks.
sharks. Shark attack.
Yeah, help out of the sharks. Are they still there?
Oh, it's better.
No, it's better.
I just turned to Carla.
Nope, sharks
Nope,
back.
sharks are back. I can't hear anything.
I can hear it, it's just very quiet.
I can hear little
Oh.
little scurs.
Oh,
There you go.
hang on. It's back to green. Is it working?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. For whatever reason, it ducked down to red for a few seconds there. Now let's see if I can do this again without it cutting off. Here we go. I turned to Carla. Okay, it didn't turn. I'm sorry.
As soon as you start talking,
Are you
turns
kidding
again.
me?
It doesn't like the Rusan voice right now.
It doesn't like the Rusan voice.
Cruson
what
is
it
banned.
Screw it. I just told you. I'm sorry. I couldn't help you. Any of you.
I don't even know what happened. I walked in the room after finding out information, and everything went boom.
I point to the thing in Brent's head that killed you. All of you.
Yeah, I gathered that part. It weren't pleasant.
Yeah, I might have fucked that one up.
You think?
I just pick up Carla in like a bear hug and just stand there holding onto her, basically smothering her a little.
If only I'd passed that damn con save.
Oh, I would have survived if I passed the con save as well, which is the ironic part.
Or if I was raging as well, I would have survived.
Yeah, raging
Dang.
and my temp HP from the spider would have saved me. Just.
You said there was some smell coming from this door?
Yep. It's a lovely fragrance.
Let's finish exploring.
I
think
opened the door.
everything we came to see.
Yeah, but it could be things still useful to us, like the tools, the
You
smith's
see-
tools and the tinker's tools.
The scent of sweet berry wine fills this room.
For the tavern.
You see 4 frost-covered barrels. You're pretty sure the wine is frozen solid, but it should be pretty good if it thaws out.
I found something for our
That
tavern.
is cold. Goddamn, frozen wine. That's. Oy, oy, oy.
Well,
So
it's not that
far, we've
cold
got-
anymore.
We've got a
I mean,
barrel.
warm. I
We've
look
got a
in.
barrel of honey mead, and 4 kegs of wine. We've got a tavern business going, guys. This is great.
You're awfully calm for a man who just died.
Well, we're fine now.
Don't we all
Rusan.
die a little sometimes?
Do me a perception check, because you would notice this.
Oh no. Who's not doing good? Bam. Nope.
Nope,
Wait,
you
why am I still
you
saying Jared for? I am me. There we go.
Did that roll with... No, it's the same attribute, right?
It's the same
Get
regardless.
+5 each time?
Yep.
Okay.
Though
Oh.
my minimum is 20.
No, you're so happy to have Carla back, you don't notice anything.
Fair.
I checked that door.
Oh yeah, let me just open that. I forgot only Husan went in there. There you go. It's an abandoned bedroom. Someone was staying here a long while ago. It's completely unusable at this point though.
Oh, I just realized something. Oh, they're gonna be pissed. Oh, they're gonna be mad. Oh no.
Can you fit the barrels in the bag?
I was about to try. Can Ogren put the barrels in the bag? Or is this a Sleddy McSledface thing?
They are rather
Where
heavy.
did we leave Sleddy?
We
You-
took him with us.
Sleddy's with us.
Oh,
Yeah,
he
well,
is?
he's just out of sight down there.
Oh, okay.
Because I still didn't find a token for him.
One day we will find Sleddy McSledface a token.
Thank you, Serenity.
Well,
Thank
You
God
feel like-
Sleddy didn't die. That would have been too much.
Yeah, we would have had to quit.
If we lost
Never
4
recover.
friends, it's one thing, but if we lose Sleddy, it's game over, man. Game over.
you think you could fit maybe one of the barrels in the bag with all the other stuff you keep in there? If you take
I mean-
Sana out, you can fit 2, but the other 2 you'll have to strap to
Carry.
the sled.
Or you
Or
come
carry.
back, put 2 to the... Use the bag, carry 2 to the sled, put those 2 on the sled, come back and put another 2 in the bag.
That could work.
It's a trek. Take a day or 2.
No, just use the bag of holding to bring the barrels to the sled.
Could Sana
Oh.
carry one?
What? Sana
Do we
could
want
Sana
carry. Yeah,
carry?
he could probably carry a barrel.
Yeah,
And he doesn't tire.
I can carry one too.
As can I, if I carry 1 or 2.
Yeah, he
Not
can
sure how much
easily
they weigh.
carry a barrel.
There we go. We can carry them. Go back to London. Leave them in the tavern.
I've still got 200 pounds worth of weight I can carry.
Are you taking the barrels?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I would have left them.
did I keep the moose antlers? I forgot. Did she keep them, or did she let us take them?
She let him. She let you take him back.
Oh, well, I've still got my moose antlers then. I need to find a use for those. They're 50 pounds worth of goddamn moose antler, which is heavy.
Could
Need
mount
to have
them as a
those.
trophy for the tavern.
Neat.
We need ram horns though. It's the ram shackle in.
No,
We
shut up.
can rename
Don't
the
you
inn.
dare try and pun the poor ramshackle.
Yeah, it's this pumpkin spice in
We could
Oh,
name it
we-
Starbucks.
Everyone, do me a perception check, please.
Perception check. Here comes what I am worried about.
Damn it. I haven't been rolling good today.
I am
Karis,
overjoyed.
Remora, Ranmir, Kala. You can see a faint, hateful light coming from the east, closing in on
fuck,
your
I knew it.
location.
Okay.
I'm distracted. Don't notice it coming.
Oh, also,
Everyone's ready to say hello to an unwelcome friend.
Jesus, what was that? Can you repeat that?
Sana would be out. Oh, I can drag his token in.
Yeah,
There
you
go.
can.
Sana is now out, and he's carrying a barrel. As is Olgrid. Oblivious to what's going on.
Oh, I don't know if I want to go near the barrels. The floor's kind of rickety, and I'm a fat boy. You'll have to bring a barrel to me.
I thought
Okay, Olgrin gives you his barrel and grabs another.
I thought two were in the bag. One was on Sana and one was on Ogren.
Oh yeah, two
Yeah.
in
Oh.
the bag.
Oh, then never mind. I don't need to carry one. I carry the next most important thing in this room, Carla, and walk out the door. Well, window.
Notice that Carla is less important than the wine barrels.
Wow.
Bruce doesn't really break. Priority.
Could I also just scoop the smithing tools and tinker's tools into the bag,
I
hold
would
them on my
grab the
pass as
tinker's
well?
tools.
Okay, yeah,
Oh.
you make more use.
Yeah, you can
I
grab
like how
them.
no one's mentioned to me what's happening.
Oh yeah, Olgrin has no idea either.
From there, you can see the light approaching from the east. Through sun.
Carla? What is
Me too.
that?
It's a light approaching from the east.
It's a light approaching. I have a bad feeling about this. We should go now.
Yes. We'll get off the stairs.
Keep
I've
moving.
been
I'm
dead
carrying
once
a
today.
barrel. It's heavy.
I feel like speed is of the essence here. I activate heckin' speed mode.
Have I seen
Go
such
go
light
speed mode.
up here at some point?
Have you seen what up here?
Have I seen something like this, like the light approaching?
You all have seen this kind of light before. Very recently.
Is
Oh,
it an
no.
ancient dragon?
We need to go.
I am Big Lizard. I pick up Carla and I Big Lizard speed the fuck away.
I get a feeling we're not going to be able to outrun this thing.
I at least want to get to the forest where it's slightly less
Freeze.
concerning.
As from the skies swoop these boys, and out of the east stumbles this boy.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Do you want to get rid of Husan? Because I'm currently big speed.
I'll put him over here so you can use him to roll initiative with.
Yep. And I'm guessing on that note,
He's not got the tracker up yet.
it
Nope.
counts when you use the thing in the top left. See?
Yep, it
Yep.
is time.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah, did I go back to full health? I was only missing one.
Yeah, you came back with full health.
You were completely phoenixed.
And 10 temporary hit points.
Do we get the 10
Uh,
hit?
I think that's at the start of
You
dawn.
only get them at
Yeah, it's up
dawn.
in dawn.
Oh, so we don't have them yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
Damn.
I have the alternate temporary hit points, known as fat.
Okay, is that everyone on the turn order? I hope so. Is Red still here? He was reborn as well,
Oh, no.
which is weird.
Wow, the gods revived the devil.
Why didn't that...
Yeah, no, he's not here.
Why doesn't he have
He
a
has
name?
noped. He has noped the fuck out.
Understandably.
I need to quickly do a replacement token for Sana, because that's not right. Because it wasn't bound to anything. Hang on. Remove. Yes. You selected. Save. There you go. Good. Well... The Cold Light Walker... sent here... to avenge what just happened here. Let's see.
Someone is unhappy.
Got a note on his AC, there we go. And his HP, there we go. How much movement does it have? Didn't note down the speed, so I'm guessing 30. Zoop,
If it's a spooky ghost, it's probably faster.
zoop. And it slaps Cruson.
Oh no. Oh,
Jesus!
God damn it,
Every
Val.
time!
Can you stop?
Ah, Jesus!
Oh my
Oh, Jesus Christ!
You've killed me!
You can temp HP
Hang on.
from being an animal.
Yeah, that's the first point killed the animal. Then that's an extra 30. Yeah, I'm instantly out.
Well, that's Rusan on the ground.
Fucking shit.
I
And-
needed you back up.
That was 1 damage over my HP threshold.
Ranmir, do me a Constitution save.
Oh, there's something to say.
Oh no.
You are blinded as the creature turns to you and gazes you with its blinding light. Let's ice method over here. Casts Fog Cloud. Obscuring. Let's see, I need to draw shape. Let's do Alt for a circle. This place in fog. Then it flies up here. Kala! Cruson just bit the dust in front of you.
Right. Kala lets out an almighty scream. And once again, her eyes are filled with black. And she's going to conjure darkness cast on herself.
Okay.
Which is... It kind of doesn't
15-foot
matter, no one,
radius, eh? Okay.
no one can see anyway, so...
Draw shape.
Yep.
Color, let's do black. 15 feet in radius, eh? Is that enough? Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Yeah. And then... she is gonna move to stand, like, in defense of, Brusan's body.
Okay.
And the darkness moves with her.
Ogren, you're double blind.
I saw something go off to my right, right?
Yes.
I would have. I know we can see. Never mind. He wouldn't have got an opportunity. I can see again.
Yes, and you can see the ice method up on the.
It's like 20 foot up, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep.
25. It's 30. I'd like to rage now.
Sure. You're raging.
I was just gonna use the rest of my movement just to dash to try and get to the foot base of the steps.
You get there. Bruson, do me a death save.
Okay. Don't fucking roll a 1. Where's the death save? Here we. I'm assuming this is it. Ah, fuck.
Oof, you're bleeding still. It's not great. That's a failure.
Don't hit me, because you will kill me. If anything hits me, I die.
Garrus, things are bad and then it got darker.
And I got dark on one side. Okay. I can see this boy. Let's see. Perfect. Doo. I'm going to use Toll the Dead on this guy back here.
Alright. That's a wisdom save, is it?
Yep. Okay, so he's not any damage. Okay. I'm gonna move a little bit there, and then I'm just kind of hanging back.
Alright.
I'm done.
Brenmora. It's dark around here,
Oh.
also foggy.
Yeah, but I did see Rusan go down before it went dark.
You did, yes.
And I have a rough idea of where in the darkness there will be.
Yes. Roughly.
If I'm right in front of him, I would see him, or how far, except nothing, do I see?
You see
see
nothing.
It's pitch black.
that
You
just
can probably
means
feel
you can-
his body.
Yeah, you can feel him.
Well,
That just gives you disadvantage, doesn't it?
I have a healing potion. Can I try to find his mouth, give him the healing potion?
You can force feed him the healing potion, yes.
Yes. That is what I'm doing.
It's not gonna be
Sweet.
pleasant for him.
He's dead, he won't know.
That's the
Dead
44
or
plus
dying.
something one, right?
It's just a regular healing potion.
Let's see, D&D 5e healing potions.
2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus 2, let's see how much it is then. 9 HP. Person, you're no longer on the ground. For now.
Yeah, I don't see shit. So that's all I can do.
This ice method back here. Fog cloud.
Coward.
This ice method over here. Fog cloud. Sana has not received any commands, but will move to defend his
Oh.
master.
I realized I had to command him.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's as far as he can go. Well, Ranmir. Prusan just went down, and I think he's back up again. So, what do you do?
Now, can I cast Bliss while blind?
I don't see why
probably
not.
not. It probably says you can probably cast
you
it,
can
but you can't
see.
target anyone but yourself.
Yeah.
What does the can you put the text in so we can quickly read it, see if it of your choice within range.
It doesn't say that you can see.
Yeah, it's just off your choice within range. You don't need line of sight for this.
Sure, I will cast it on level 2 actually. I will cast it on myself, Rusan, Carla, and Brenmore.
Okay, yeah.
Bless. Where's the chimichangas when you need them? I need that bless.
And then I will also cast his healing word. Yeah, it's healing word.
Can I cast two spells? Yes, that's a cantrip.
What?
You can only cast one level spell per turn.
Even if the
Oh.
cast time
You
is a
can
bonus
cast
action.
cantrip,
Yeah, that's a bonus action.
Yeah,
but you can only
use
cast one spell and one cantrip.
Ah, I see.
Okay.
It's to stop
Well,
sorcerers becoming absolute shenaniganizers when they bonus action cast something and then action cast something.
Alright. In that case, that's your turn, pretty much.
yeah.
Okay, it's dark. That gives him disadvantage if he wants to hit something, right? If he can't see anything.
Don't you do it. Don't you bloody do it. Leave my boy alone. He's suffered enough.
Let's see, disadvantage. He's gonna try and use this on Brenmora. And it hits.
Yes. Very much hit. Oh boy!
Then he's gonna do it again on Ogren. 16. Shady?
If that's a ranged attack, you
That
can't attack.
hits.
'Cause he can't attack them because he can't see them.
If it's ranged, you can't. Yeah,
Okay,
If
then
it was range, you could just with disadvantage.
it's
No, because it's total obscuration. It's not partial.
Ah, yeah, in that case, never mind. Cancel those two. It's just got worse for whoever who's in melee with him.
don't no, don't you do it.
Ranmir. 12, doesn't hit.
No.
Well, Kala. 16.
That's a hit.
Oh boy. Jesus Christ!
What the actual
Wait.
fuck?
What?
Why?
Yeah, Carla's unconscious, so the
Why did
darkness goes.
Why is it rolling?
4d6.
No, it's
Yeah,
that's
it's
that's
double-
too
it's
much.
crit.
Why is it rolling crit? It's a disadvantage. What is it, game? What are you doing?
Oh, because
the second-
yeah.
He rolled the second one as a crit. So it's just the first.
So it would be 12 and 14.
Yes.
Still not great.
So 26.
Oh, young.
That still would have stung.
1 HP.
Sorry. Do a con save. Fail it, so darkness drops.
Oh hey, I can see.
Oh no.
They can see.
Let's see here. Okay, what does it do? What does it do? Flies down here and does its frost breath. Do me a dex save. Brenmora, Shrusan, and Ranmir. And
Oh,
Sanjar as well.
why?
Sanar as well. I already did it for him.
Okay.
Let's see here. Ranmir is getting hit. Sanar is getting hit. The other two are fine. And that's 5 cold damage.
Is that with the pass or with the fail?
With a fail, it's 5 cold damage.
You are rounded up or down.
You round down, so it would
It's
be
rounded
2.
down.
Hang on,
What's
I need
the
to...
safety C?
So
10,
yes,
it was
so I
DC
take 2
10.
damage.
No, you
Ah,
take
so-
nothing. If you save,
Oh,
you take nothing.
Nice.
Okay, that gave him a health bar. Gala, you're hurting real bad.
You're muted.
I am muted. Yep, hurt real bad. So she is going to conjure a bonfire
Mm-hmm.
underneath this guy's feet.
Yep.
So here,
Should I draw it or are you gonna draw it?
I can draw it.
Go for it. So it needs to do a dex save, I believe, otherwise it catches fire, right? Or, not catches fire, but...
Yeah.
The first roll was a 9, so yeah. That's 1d8 fire, if you would. And I think that's the first damage it's taking, so this is bad.
This is real bad. And then Carla is going to Misty Step away. Because that seems like a good thing to do. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then she's also going to run. Well, she's going to walk some more and just hang out back here, thanks. And that's her turn.
Okay. Well, out of the east arrives something that was tracking that cold light walker.
Oh! It's him!
Mr. Friend.
It's your boy! Hang on.
You're cutting out there.
Sorry. I know who that is. Let me tell you. That must be our good friend. How did I write his son's name?
See?
Iyami Yaratok. It looks like
Possibly, yeah.
It looks like a werebear.
And it does this. That hits. That's 16 piercing.
Curses with lycanthropy. Interesting.
And that misses. Ogren, something big has arrived on the scene, but it seems to be on your side.
This will be fun.
You're still raging.
Indeed. He's just gonna yell, Sana, focus on the walker, as he now realizes he's got to do things. Am I at disadvantage in this fog cloud trying to hit this thing?
Does fog cloud work like that? I think. Does it? Hang on.
I don't know.
Quite obscurement, so I believe it's a +2 to their AC.
It says heavily obscured.
Oh, it's heavily obscured?
Heavily
Then it would
obscured.
likely be disadvantaged.
Doesn't specify more than that.
Let me have a quick look.
Let's see.
There's
Let's
fear spreads
Google
around corners, and its area is heavily obscured.
D&D.
Okay.
Heavily
Cover.
obscured. Blocks vision entirely. Blinded condition.
So yeah, disadvantage got blind.
Yes. So if you do
Okay.
reckless, you can bring it back to normal.
Yes, I am attacking recklessly. Smack.
That hits.
Smack.
Okay, yeah, I definitely felt that one.
Come on.
Anything else you'd like to do?
That was my action. Don't have any bonus actions. Don't really want to move right now.
Well, Truson, you're not feeling too
I
great.
just need to. I need to read something real quick.
Do it.
I have to see it. Damn it! I need to be able to see to be able to do it. So I can't do that. So first things first. Action: disengage. 5, 10. Then bonus action at level 2 on my good friend who is fighting the dust over there. Wait, no, that's the wrong spell. Actually, do I want that? How far did you run away?
30 feet from you is Kala.
Yeah, I'm gonna give her a healing spirit.
I really should provide you with a token for this.
And Russian roulette says today it is. I don't have a token for B yet. Then it's going to be.
I still have the spider token here if you like.
Oh, I just plugged her. I gave him a koi fish.
Okay, okay. Works.
And
A whole
Two
2 hit
HP.
points.
yeah,
It's 2 more than she had.
That's correct.
You've tripled the amount of health she has.
nice.
That
And
wasn't bad.
then I don't trust that this thing would come after me. 13, 15, 20, 25. Nah, it can get me no matter what. So for now, just hanging out back here. And that is my turn.
Karis, what do you plan on doing? There's a lot of smoke and fog ahead of you.
Yeah.
If you guys
Well,
want
this
to.
point, I've got. I can't hear you. I've got mage armor on myself, so my
Yes.
AC is up. Can I see any of these 2 boys? Like, are they up in the air above the fog cloud, or are they totally
They are
obscured?
in the fog cloud. They are both completely obscured.
Okay. But this guy hasn't moved.
Has not moved, no. You didn't see it move.
Is fog cloud concentration?
It might be, actually.
Because I smacked him.
Let me
It's
just
true.
It is,
quickly...
yes.
Okay, good. In
It's
that
concentration.
case...
Yes. Fail, please.
$16.
That is indeed a pass for 12 damage.
Yep. He did
Yep.
not.
Oof.
Dang.
Dang is right.
Dang nabbit.
Hmm.
No, can I ask you a small favour? In future, do you want to not crit me with the first hit every time?
I would... Yeah, that would be great. I'd like that. Especially not with this boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of didn't tickle.
I'm sure there's one of the new subclasses has a feature where they can turn crits into non-crits.
Yeah, Grave
Plus the
Tenders.
Grave Cleric.
Mm,
Yeah.
It's
that would
levels.
be really cool.
I can't remember what abilities. I don't have it yet as I'm.
Anything...
I'm gonna.
Yeah?
I'm gonna. Apologies in advance. I'm gonna shoot an Eldritch Orb at where I remember this boy being.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Go
it's
ahead,
it's
do it.
Ogren.
It's when you've
That
done
hits,
one
roll me
today,
some
what's the worst that
damage.
can happen?
How do you want to do this? Also, do me a dex save, Ogren.
Do I get advantage on it? Because oh no, I can't see it, so danger sense doesn't proc, does it?
It does not.
Probably not.
No, to be gained spell, you can't be blinded, deafened, or incapacitated. Well,
Well, you fire the orb into
I make it.
You make it.
You make it. Fire the orb at where I fit.
So you take 1
thought he would
damage.
be, and he just collapses
I
and
take.
falls
I thought
out-
I just.
falls
I
to the
thought I
ground.
just take. I thought I take no damage.
Half
you
damage
take
on the
half
failed
damage.
save. So you half that again for your resistance to it. If you have
I
force.
passed the save though.
Oh yeah, never mind. Yeah. Okay, you take nothing. You're fine. Sorry, my bad.
Don't
So
worry,
he's
that
dead.
one damage is very important to me.
Okay,
Well-
and that's all I can do. But one's down.
Remora, there's a method somewhere in the cloud next to you. What do you do?
Yeah. Quick question. I have this thing, which creates a whirling gust of wind. How much wind around me? And do I think it could
Huh.
well away the fog cloud?
I mean,
Because I
it only
can do
needs
it
like
before I can.
10 miles an hour to disperse the fog clouds, usually. It doesn't say anything about... It would make sense if it did, but it does not state that it does. The nearest one you could probably push for a square. Oh yeah, before we
So
do
would
that,
would...
Ogren,
go
I need
for
you
it.
to do a dex save for the death burst of the ice method. Because
Oh,
it popped
sure.
right next to you.
Yeah, they kind of.
Yeah, it didn't hurt you anyways. Remora, continue.
I'm pretty sure I know how this works. So, does this gust of wind only happen where I lift off, or also where I land?
I think only where you lift off.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure.
it doesn't say so. you decide how it works. Does this shack have a roof?
It does have a roof, yes. You can land up there if you like.
Then that is what I'm going to do. I'm gonna cast. So I can do this Tempest magic before I cast it. So I move 20 feet and then I cast it from there, or would it be like somewhere in the air?
Oh, you want to climb up there and then use it?
No, I wanna use the Tempest magic to move up there.
Then it would...
But the thing is, I want to throw a ranged spell. So, does it count throwing the spell from melee range, or from back there?
Oh, it counts as before or after you cast a spell.
I would choose before I cast the spell. So I would move there and then.
Okay,
put
yeah,
it
you
on
would
this
you would
thing.
activate the jump so the wind would push this.
Yeah.
You'd land up there and then you would cast your spell.
Yes.
Is how I
So
read
I,
that interaction there.
Yeah. Then I Eldritch Orb this fucker that I just
Yep, go for it.
revealed. 11 fire damage.
Does it have vulnerability to fire? Okay, vulnerability, that doubles it, does it?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, it explodes. You popped it.
Oh, shitty.
Yes. Can you
Don't
take
ice
this wall
methods
away?
Don't methods actually literally explode when you kill them?
Yep, the ice
Yeah.
methods literally do. Yes, I can, hang on.
Because it's obscuring my vision. Which it shouldn't because I'm on top of it.
Let's just get rid of that completely, there you go.
Thanks.
Oh, there's Garrus. Hi, Garrus.
Oh yeah, hi.
Okay, this boy is dead.
I know.
Oop, did I delete the wrong one? Yes, I deleted the wrong one. Whoops. Yeah, okay, sure, whatever, it's fine. Sana, I guess, is up. What does it do?
Shady, you muted.
I'm. And it's going to attempt to use. I know it can't see it. Dang it!
Yeah, you have to smack it, I guess, with disadvantage, because fog.
Indeed.
Also smack it to fire.
Dang it! I take it that misses.
That misses, yep. Okay, since I need to resort this, it rolls back around to the, not to him, but to the, Goliath werebear, who keeps smacking with disadvantage because of
Yes.
that.
I
Let's
can
see
kill
here.
this stupid metal.
Bite. Jesus.
Wait. What happened to my turn?
You're up in a second.
Oh.
Wait. Oh yeah. What happened to your turn? Why did it skip you? You go do your turn.
Sure.
Destroy the chest.
That hits. Roll me some damage.
I can't even see anyone, so... Well, I'm not going to reduce my heal then. That's it.
Okay. That's its turn. So now back round to the Cold Line Walker. Okay, it's gonna smack him with this. That hits. He doesn't take that much damage.
Wouldn't it also be with disadvantage?
Oh yeah, it would be, but I guess it's fine. Disadvantage again. That also hits. Well, the method. What does it do? It's just gonna indiscriminately.
Doesn't he have to stay for the campfire?
Oh yeah, he does. Sorry, my bad. I completely forgot that was there. So 15. Yeah, that would save. The method. He's just gonna cold breath, so dex save from Sanar and the Walker and the Goliath and Ramir. Why am I 2 on that? Just take the first number. The disadvantage wouldn't affect the saves.
I forgot I have less on. I don't know if that matters.
No, you passed with a 14.
Okay.
He doesn't take damage from cold. And Zanar? I guess I'll roll for him. Hang on.
Sorry. Yeah.
Just open his sheet and click the dex.
Yep.
Ooh, he takes cold damage, 5 of it.
I accidentally did it with disadvantage, but oh well.
I apply the damage to him. He's got 51.
There you go.
Kala! There's a koi fish next to you and you're pretty much hurt.
You. Well. Just gonna reach out and touch the koi fish.
Not sure if you could force it. Actually, no. As long as you're in its space, I can force it to heal you. So, koi fish heal.
Yep.
You take another 4.
Woo. Now on 7.
Something better than
Hey,
nothing.
you're higher than me at the moment.
Oh, yeah, this is not going well. Kala is going to Summon red.
You have summoned red. He acts
I'm
on your
just
turn.
like-
Do it.
Kill the method. Let me do the stupid thing.
He's gonna fly into the fog and slash them effort. Well, bite them effort.
Do it. That's a miss.
Yep.
Ogren, you're up.
Hello. Can I share the same space as Red?
Yes, he's tiny.
Wonderful. I'll go and try and remember where the walker person is.
Please don't accidentally hit the web.
You
I'm
can
gonna
see
try and
his light
smack him.
faintly through the mist.
Yeah, I'm just going to attack the thing that's on top of the bonfire.
Yeah. Recklessly, I'm guessing?
Yep. Yep, just so I can have a chance to hit it.
You don't.
That was
Rusan,
a 2.
what are you doing, boy?
Well, first,
Well, did it move off the bonfire on its turn? And if so, did it remember? Did you do a save?
I got reminded to do the save. And it saved.
Okay. Okay, cool. I wasn't paying attention, so.
well, start of my turn.
Yeah.
You get another 3 HP.
That makes 10.
And 1 use. And then... Val, is Soren minutely visible?
Yes, I think. Like his ass is sticking out.
Oh, I have to do it. If I could see him, I have to do it.
Why? What are you doing?
This. I'm making him a big boy. Yes,
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen, I know it now.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh boy, this is amazing.
Are you ready?
There's a reason I wanted to get rid of the mythic. He was going to make it big, but I couldn't see.
Nice. Well,
How is the
he's a
Brandon
large
react
boy.
to this?
Well, Karis,
That's good.
you can see the mummy over the shack, but not much else.
Not much else. Okay. Really isn't much I can do. Everything I have requires sight.
You could
I'm
step
just
in
gonna-
and smack the method with disadvantage.
No, thanks. I'm just gonna scoot over a little bit and then hope that someone can hit and get rid of this fog cloud.
Alright. Bremora.
Actually,
Never mind.
I'm gonna
Yep.
prepare. I'm gonna prepare a produced flame for, in case I see any enemy that pops out of the cloud.
Alright. Bremora. Anything you want to do?
Pretty much doing the same, preparing a frostbite in case I see anything
Roger that. Ranir.
emerge from the fog.
Enemies.
Enjoy your extra large boy.
Sadly, that misses.
I don't think Bless would help either.
Alright. I mean, it might. What does Bless add?
1d4.
If you roll a 3,
Nope.
Damn.
oof.
Sad trombone.
Sanar. What does the big mummy do?
He's gonna smack the thing.
Remember with disadvantage, because target's still obscured.
Oh,
Oh, he misses. Well, rolls back around to this boy. And sensing that there's allies around him, he's gonna turn to the method and try and take it out. With a big chomp. Yep, that hits. And boop. It still lives.
Concentration check.
Conway.
Okay, just gonna note down the HP first. There we go. And bring up this sheet. So bring up this sheet. And click on. And the fog cloud
Big
gone.
boy can see.
With that, Big Boy feels his job is done and turns back to the other boy, the shiny boy, and claws the shit out of him. Also hits. 19 slashing, that's his turn, and oh boy, this guy's up.
But does that mean that Karis
Dex
isn't trying
save.
to hold action?
Oh yeah, you
Our
can.
hand.
You ever ready spells?
Yeah, you can use those.
Okay,
That's the wrong one. I did not hold prestidigitation. You know, smell of flowers.
Okay,
Oh,
cons.
the pumpkin spice. It's now even bigger.
Oh, it's pumpkin flare at this point.
I'm not even gonna roll the con save, because that wouldn't do anything to him.
Well,
Okay, well.
the disadvantage on the next attack might do something.
Okay, he's got disadvantage on the next attack.
And I'm gonna hit him with. I'm not gonna hit him with the produce flame. I throw sparks.
Okay, he can see. That means he can attack at range.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't you dare!
Brenmora,
I'm standing on a shack. Yeah.
a ray of cold blasts past you.
Nope, mine does not hit.
Thanks to the
Remember,
disadvantage you
kids,
gave it.
just say no.
Ranmir. 24. I'm pretty sure that hits you.
Yeah.
25 damage. Well, not 17 damage.
Alright.
And it needs to do a dex save. Hang on. It saves. The method can't really do much at this point. It's just gonna try and swipe at Ogren. And it hits.
Yeah, that hits.
It does a whole 2 damage.
Reduced to 1, right? Because I'm raging.
No, the slashing gets reduced to 1 and the cold stays a 1.
Ah, I see, gotcha.
Kala.
She is going to peek out from
Mhm.
behind, and she is going to. Oh, did you do the? Yeah.
I can do the last one on
perfect,
you as you
perfect.
leave. Tap and go. Extra 5 HP. And the fish is
Okay.
done.
Right, and she is going to Eldritch.
Oh wait,
Blast.
no. You wouldn't. The spell would have gone. I cast Enlarge. Concentration.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's fine. I didn't really need. Like regardless if I'm here, I'll still probably go down.
Yeah, if frickin' Candlelight Boy there hits any of us, it hurts.
And she's gonna Eldritch Blast him.
Yep. That hits. Roll me some damage. Plus something again, because you have
Plus
something.
2.
Okay, 7 damage. Alright.
Too cold, isn't it?
Yeah, 2 colds. So
Never mind, just
that's probably
5
1
damage.
Cold. Oh, okay, it's just immune to cold.
Ogren. The little shrimp just
Yes.
hit you, but there's also the shiny boy. Also, you're raging.
I'll
Oh
go
wait,
for God,
before you do, red
Fine.
red has a turn. I forgot.
Oh yeah. Yeah, red is gonna attack the ice mephit.
Go for it. How does roll me some damage? Never mind. Let's see a DC 11 con save. How does red want to do this? Also, I'm gonna need some dex saves from
saves.
Ogren and red and the bear.
Oops.
Oops.
I was accidentally rolling with advantage. I know, danger sense, it's fine. We'll just say it was that. Doesn't matter, I still failed.
Yep. The bear
You
saves.
said
Walker doesn't, but it's cold damage, so nothing. Red saves. Okay, it's just Ogren takes 2 cold damage.
Reduced to 1?
Yeah,
Or is that
so
already?
It's 5,
Red-
so
red
it's
just-
already reduced to 2.
Okay.
oh, yes, you
Red does.
red just is like, yeah, no, and just sticks his tail like right through the mephit's head.
And it shatters into pieces and showers everyone around with ice shards.
You
Well, Ogren, I
that's
guess.
fine.
Yeah. Do I get flanking because of ran me, or do I have to go reckless?
Oh, this thing's very well flanked. Look at it.
Good, good.
There's a giant mummy, a werebear, Ranmir, and a little tiny annoyance. Oh, you've got him.
There's that damage. Then I'm gonna use Orcish Fury as well. Give me a
Okay.
second, I've got to figure. I get to do an additional D12 because of savage attacks. Eh. And then I get to do another D12
Okay.
because of Orcish Fury. Eh.
How do you want to do this?
I just kind of want to just keep smacking it. And just keep smacking it until it's in many ice bits.
And it dies in the flames around it.
I immediately check to see if there's any other bullshit coming our way.
Do me a perception check.
Come on, I could get one of these today. Hey, I got one today, I think.
Seems fine. For now.
I release the boy from his gargantuan sit.
I will cast Prayer of Healing to heal everyone.
So D8 plus spellcasting modifier.
Oh, wait.
So another D8 on top of that, right? Oof.
Eight.
Eight healing all around. It's better than nothing, isn't it?
I'm back up to full.
Shut
Hello? Who are you?
Hello.
Who is who?
I know you.
Do you?
You're Yamato, aren't you?
That is correct.
Thank you.
You're very
Oh,
welcome. I was just
Is this
coming to check on the inhabitant of this cabin. I take it didn't go well here?
He
He's
was
dead.
dead when we got here.
Had been for
Alright.
a while.
Ah, I feared as much. I hadn't seen any smoke from the chimney in a couple of days.
For them, go down a notch. There we go.
So, what do? You just wander around helping people out? What do you know about what's going on?
I just wander the wastes, helping here and there. And if I find people with the same affliction as me, I try and steer them on the right path.
There are others like you.
There are some that are like me. I try to prevent them from spreading it any further than it already has.
Hmm.
Well, how are your wounds?
This is nothing.
Hmm.
Oh
You
yeah,
seem well
thank you for
sturdy.
thank you for helping us out in the fight. It is always appreciated when someone wants to join in on the smacking.
I've hunted many of these creatures.
What are they?
Where do they
They
come from?
are servants of the Ice Maiden.
And where do they go?
I can tell you where they come from. You probably heard about the sacrifices, haven't you?
Oh,
People are sent out into the waste to die in the name of the Frostmaiden. And she comes and claims them. What is left, you see before you.
oh.
We found one of these summoned.
Hmm. You might have stumbled upon something she did not want you to see. Although, who knows the minds of gods? Or those aspiring to be gods?
Hmm. Well, how is everyone else? How are their wounds? How does
Collar,
it?
Collar's just kind of sitting on the ground, uh, still kind of bloodied, but she's kind of, you know, wrapping some fabric tight around.
I
some of her
pat her
injury.
on the head and give her one of these. Wow. Thanks, Gabe.
It's something.
Um,
Hey, she's
Do you-
nearly
so-
healed. She's nearly on
As-
full health now.
as you've gone wandering in the wildlands, are there
Yes.
areas we should visit? Stay away from that aren't technically on the map, because we met some. Because you are a Goliath, right?
Yes.
We met some Goliaths that were going to prove themselves. They were all the way from the east. I had it marked on the map. Worm Doom Crag. Are there any other places like that you know of that we could visit and see if we can help out and do things?
Well, the tribes of Wormdoom Crag have always been warring with the ones from Sky Tower Shelter on the opposing mountainside.
Sky
I have
Tower Shelter.
always felt that conflict to be completely unnecessary.
oh, Bryn, do you want to be big?
No, I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Because
I can make you
there's
9
also
foot tall.
on our map we've got the place to the far left, which is the Sea of Moving Ice.
Yes.
Is there anything around there?
There is one thing that's not been there until recently. There's a ship
Okay.
trapped out in the ice.
Oh.
I've seen it
Ooh.
on my wanderings.
I mean, okay.
No, I
Uh,
know.
It
And what about
bears a black flag.
oh,
No.
okay.
No. No. No.
Yes.
Have you
No.
seen? Have you seen? Like, is there anything specific about the ship, or is there a name? Did you see it or not?
There was not a name on the hull,
Oh,
but its armaments seem to be intact. For the most part.
No.
interesting. And then, okay. Sea of Moving Ice. Trapped pirate vessel. What about to the far east then, where you've got the
The mountains.
there was also the glacier. What's
The-
it called? I can't
The
remember. I don't know if
Reghead Glacier, yes.
the Reghead Glacier.
There's not much
What's
out
over
that way. Just a river flowing out of the glacier.
Just the river. Okay.
River, you say? Going from a glacier, you say?
Ah.
Hello is a place I like to go further down the river's flow.
You went full robot and we didn't hear a word, Tom, bro.
He recited the fish rhyme.
Um,
Wait, how did Val hear me but not Shady?
Got the rhythm, but not the words, so I just guessed.
Ah. It's like you just confirmed something for me. Interesting. Interesting.
well,
What about the mountain?
The mountains, well... If you want to ask me about something unusual...
Yeah.
A couple of weeks ago, there was a weird meteor that impacted far to the south. I have not been down that way yet to investigate. I've been meaning to.
interesting.
I have a
Thank you.
feeling we'll be there at some point.
Meteors, huh? Foreign metals, huh?
Thank you for all your information.
You're very
My
welcome.
name is Ogren. It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Do you need a guide
I-
back to the 10 Towns?
I
Yes.
may not want to go back to 10 Towns immediately.
Why? Oh, it's nearly the new moon. It's not
A, it's
safe.
nearly the new moon, and B, this is the closest we've been to the Sea of Moving Ice. So
No.
I have,
No.
you. When you
No.
said you wanted me to explain to the party, I take this as the perfect opportunity to explain myself.
Well, let me mark those things down for you on your map
Thank you very
then.
much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see here. I need to put the overlay where the things are.
I know a couple of things that disturb me now. One is we're not going near your pirate ship.
No, please.
No,
Okay,
we are not going near that pirate ship.
Down here we have
Two.
the Sky Tower shelter, if you want to write that down.
Okay.
Do we have a volunteer? So we don't all try and write it?
Who did the other notes on the map?
I think that was me. I guess I'll
Yeah.
do it.
Do you want to do it?
I did. I did one of the notes.
So it's called...
Sky
Sky
Tower
Tower.
Shelter.
Sky what?
Sky
Tower
Tower
shelter.
shelter.
Sky Tower, that's the one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Uh,
Skyrim.
Sky Tower Shelter. Done.
To the
Okay.
south, we have the meteor impact site.
Ooh.
Oh, way down there.
That I want to see. Mostly because it's connected to something Ranmir found.
Maybe.
It's a meteor. What a
Correct.
meteor is 90% of
Rocks.
metal.
Okay,
Sky metal.
that would
Foreign
be
sky
here.
metal.
Yeah, it's probably the metal that
And the ship
Very big
trapped in
side.
ice up here.
I'm so tempted to just write, we're not going here instead of
No.
shit.
Just like, no.
That was the idea. Just no.
Ogren is going to try his best to convince you.
No. Not
I need
until
to
I'm
prepare
high
the
enough
whole
level
person.
that we can breathe water.
There
Before
any
that,
other
no.
locations you would like to know about?
Oh, there was the river on the Redhead Glacier.
Just
I think that's literally just here.
Oh, is that the one that's already been marked? Redhead Glacier's all the way over here, though.
Ah,
yeah.
then it's probably this entire section.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably one of these.
Do you know what happened to the druids in Lonelywood? One of them was murdered or killed.
The druids in these parts are no longer trustworthy. They have always been a kooky sort, but they've all gone over to her side now.
So the druids, yes. Shame. That's not our usual way. Is there anything we can do for you?
What was that? You went a bit robotic there.
Is there anything we can do for you?
Well, there is a place that I've worried about for a while. It is known as the Cave of Berserkers.
Ooh.
I think we found something to distract Ogre. Quick, tell us more.
No. Ogren is not distracted. He's just intrigued.
There are these madmen wandering the lands. They carry rude clubs made of dark metal. They cannot be reasoned with. And for some reason they congregate in this area.
Should we... well... return them to the soil?
They cannot be left alone as they are now.
We should have a look. At least as thanks for helping us. Agreed?
Agreed.
Certainly.
Agreed.
But maybe not immediately, seeing as we'd have to go through East Haven most likely. And that's where they do, all the sacrificing.
That's
Yeah, but
Imprint
madness
Shanda.
does tend to spread.
The sacrifices of people only take place in the big towns. Targos, Branchanda, and East Haven. The other towns mostly sacrifice warmth or food.
So those towns are safe.
So we could go back to Lonelywood
Or Tourmaline.
or Tourmaline and get our money.
Well, what we could do, well, we do that afterwards. We could go to Bremen, do the thing there, and then we're really close to the ship on the island.
It might
It's
be
really
worth
close.
exploring, but I leave that to you.
Not
Very
yet.
much worth
Oh,
exploring.
We should deal with what we have first.
The
which
ship is part of what we have.
We should probably deal with the lake monster first.
That's what I'm saying. Go to Bremen, and from there we're closer.
No.
From
I
Bremen
have-
we are closer to the
South.
ship than we are to everything else.
I
Closer.
Everything else.
have heard of one crew member of that unfortunate ship surviving. If you could find them, they could probably tell you more.
What's their name?
I did not hear about their name.
Where are they?
Where would you find sailors?
I mean,
Try the taverns.
okay.
Speaking of taverns, would you like to visit ours?
I tend to avoid the more populated places in the Vale. Dale, I mean.
Lonelywood doesn't.
Lonelywood is a dangerous place for someone like me. Their hunters always go for nice pelts.
Oh. 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 Looks at skin.
Have you figured out yet what happened to the other druid?
Yep.
I also noticed. Hello, I am Druid. I am also giant elephant.
Yeah, but you're
They
not
want
woolly.
pelts. They don't want skin.
Okay. Thank you very much for your help.
You're welcome. Can you find your way back on your own?
I can guide the way.
Well then, best of luck. And he,
And to you.
suddenly, out of his hybrid form, springs into a full polar bear form and trots off into the distance.
That's so cool.
So I have now witnessed a wait, no, I've seen polar bears before. I just can't do that.
You cannot do that. You're not that kind of druid.
No, not ever. Unfortunately, that's a moon druid thing.
Should have
Sigh.
asked him to bite you.
What was that?
Should have asked him to bite you.
No, that's a terrible idea. Lycanthropy is a terrible, terrible thing.
It's not great.
It sounds
quite
cool on
tempting.
paper.
Would you
Was quite tempting.
And he would probably not agree.
Exactly.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like the kind. He ain't a werewolf. He's a werebear. They are decent folk.
So, Rusan, do you want me to say my part? Or do you want to just leave it and ignore it like the trap ship?
Wait, I wrote trap shit? Oh, I did write trap shit.
No, the ship is trapped in ice. So yeah, do you want to leave
Yeah,
it
for
like
some
that or
reason,
not?
I thought, I'm like, wait, did I put it as trap shit to say avoid it? It's a trap?
No.
I completely blanked out on why I wrote trap shit. For now, we should deal with what we have.
The ship is something that we have to deal with. We can go to
Do
it via
we?
Bremen. We could find out about the tour company, because we think they might be there, and then we're so close to it.
We're really not. It's a day or two's travel by this map. Across winter
Yes.
plains. We should deal with what we have and know. Like good mead.
We would have to go through Targos.
Mm-hmm.
Unless
Well,
you
to
can
get to
find
good mead,
other transportation.
Can we ride a dragon there? Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, Dragon sounds the safest option.
No, I meant
Yeah, let's
to
take a dragon.
Bremen. I meant to Bremen.
in
Oh,
Bremen,
to Bremen.
could-
Oh,
From
yeah.
no.
that's right.
Yeah, there are no other options.
I have safe travel-ish. I have to emphasize the ish, because I know what's in the waters at the
If we
moment.
want to avoid turbulent talks, we could sail to Bremen, and from there, seeing as we've already sailed on a ship, we're so close to just being in a pirate ship.
No.
Let's just go
Let's-
to Lonelywood
Let's go to
first,
Lonelywood.
get our money from Tourmaline, and then
Hmm.
see where we're at.
Okay. Do you want a hand getting down from there?
I gotta. Wait, how high is that thing?
Yeah,
It's not very high.
it's not that high. It's just a shack for keeping wood in.
I flop down and do a starfish in the snow.
Oh, Olgrim was going to try and catch her.
No,
I was just gonna pick her up with my schnoz.
I wanna starfish in the fluffy snow.
Do it.
Yes.
Bad news bears, it's not fluffy snow anymore.
I don't care. Then I get up, dust the snow off. I'm fine.
Well, I guess you leave
Rogue
the black
immediately gets
cabin
heated.
behind.
Meh.
Back to Lonelywood.
Only 4 of you died there. Nice.
Yeah, me and Jules were just sitting there like, what the fuck was that?
What was the con save? What did you have to get to pass it?
Hang on, let me
Probably a
quickly
20.
double check.
What would have happened if we all died in there?
You would have to play Phasmophobia with a bear,
Great.
and you're the ghosts.
Yeah.
It's a
God.
DC 17.
Oof.
Oof.
Damn. I got a 13,
Yeah,
I think.
Sunburst, if I'm right, Sunburst sucks.
If I'd gotten that save, I would have survived with 3 HP.
Nice.
Damn.
Wait, I thought you did save.
I
I
didn't.
saved.
Ranmir saved.
Oh,
Ranmir
Ranmir
saved.
saved. Yeah, he doesn't have the toasty health you do.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Sunburst is just the worst.
I mean, had he not been completely incinerated, his orcish thing would have kicked in as well.
Oh yeah, Orcish
Yep.
Resilience just...
Had he been not incinerated.
Yeah.
But no, he got
I
fried.
also wouldn't have instantly died either. Because
12
I had...
d6 radiant damage. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, 8th level.
Yeah.
How much D6 was it?
12 d6.
If that was Sunburst, which actually I
Out
think
of-
this might have been higher.
This was
Out of
worse.
fail.
Yeah,
Well,
this was worse.
there's also searing. So
You want to know how much this was? 10d10 plus 35.
Oh, that wasn't Sunburst. That was worse.
That was
Plus
worse. That was much
35
worse.
would have already killed me.
I
Yep.
know. I was dead one way. I was dead no matter what.
Wait, you only rolled 10 from 10d10? Oh no,
10.
it's 90, so I ignore.
10d10
It
plus
was
90
35.
plus 35. He rolled low. He
Hmm.
rolled real low.
I mean, 65 from 10d10.
It's above
It was
average.
90 total.
It
Yeah.
was 90 total.
Yeah,
So
So
he
he
rolled
rolled
35 out of 10d10.
Oh yeah, 55.
55. Yeah.
He rolled low.
No, he
Ish.
rolled above average. Or no,
Slightly
actually,
above
he rolled.
average.
He rolled. No, he rolled exactly average.
Nice.
Because the average roll on a d10 is 5.5. So he rolled exactly average.
Excellent.
Yeah, which instantly killed basically everyone.
Yep.
Well, we now know what
Don't fuck with that thing.
certain people's spirits look like. Except for you two, of course.
Wait. Oh, we missed out on something cool, Bran. But we did get to meet two interesting individuals ourselves.
Yep.
You haven't really mentioned.
No, actually, I did. I did mention it.
Yeah.
But I don't think anyone cottoned on
Well,
No, just
or ignored it.
best put it out of your mind, I guess. Well, the travel
Don't worry,
back
discussions
to
will be had.
Lonely Woods is rather uneventful. Travel through the forest this time. Past the hot springs.
Stop at the hot springs.
Let's see here.
Hold on.
Wash off the blood.
Hold on, what?
What happens there? No, wait, we didn't have the wine at that point.
Yeah, the wine is secure. We're walking with it. We're
Yeah.
gonna put it, stash it in the tavern.
the wine is secure.
You could
Why
thaw
just
it
say-
in the hot springs if you like.
Let's no. Do not
Mulled
tempt
wine.
us.
Mulled wine.
No. Actually,
Let's
no.
get
We're in
into the hot.
snow
That's
territory.
fine.
Mulled wine would be good.
Let's see, let me quickly check this roll.
Getting drunk
Oh.
at the hot springs sounds like a really good idea, actually.
We should probably not mess around with the hot springs because I feel like spooky ghost people would be pissed.
Oh, this is the perfect
No.
roll.
This is
As you're near the hot springs,
Shit.
you see a small creature splashing around in the water.
Is it my boy?
It
Where's
is
the Dugan hole? Oh, it's
It's
the
my
other one.
a chewinga.
It's... You know I'm gonna go talk to the Chewinga. You can't stop me, team. Oh.
Then don't try and stop me going to the ship.
Difference is this is here. That's in the middle of the sea.
And he's going to kill us all.
I just want to make Slenny McSledface the best thing ever.
No. Yeah, I'm worried
Okay.
about the boat
It's got
itself,
all
not what
the
you're doing to
things I
Slenny.
need on it. It's got
Yeah, and-
everything I need.
And
We're
a
not-
certain amount of stuff that we don't.
We're not putting a cannon on the sled.
No, just a ballista.
Anyway, back to the bestest of boys, floating in the
Chewing gum.
water. We have to go say hello to Chewing Gum.
So let's
Oh.
get drunk at the hot spring.
Yeah.
But
I
the
mean-
booze is for the tavern.
4 of us just died and came back. I think that needs to be celebrated.
Okay.
Well, do you approach the chewinga?
Absolutely.
You see its black form and white mask as it floats around in the water. It doesn't seem
I
to take
do
much
what I do
notice of
best.
you.
I climb in the water with it, and you all see the horrors of Husan toss his robes to the floor, and as he just floats. He lays back and floats.
As
near
you
it.
get in the water, you kind of, what appears for the chewinga, create a giant tidal wave, and it gets, it floats away down the length of the thing, and then floats back again.
You picked a good spot, little friend.
You all can see a massive scar on Frusan.
Is it by any chance on his chest where something horrible burst out of it?
Yeah,
Yeah, something went in his shoulder and out his chest. It's pretty gruesome.
and yes, he's not wearing much of anything at all. Both his trunks are visible at this point.
Yeah, let's not think about that.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. I mean, are we all going in? Because Ogrun would take off his stuff and go in too.
Would have been the first bath he's taken in years.
It would be, yeah.
Except for the time he fell in the ice.
Yeah.
Was that really a...
Yeah.
That was more of an endurance test than a bath.
And in doing that, you'd probably see the rest of the tattoo. Where you see the text that wraps around from the top of his forehead, wraps all the way down the side of his neck, before finishing up the text wrapping around his heart.
And it's not a language we can speak, is it?
Nope.
Unless someone here can.
What language was it?
Noise?
That is Adriel from next door.
Nice.
Oh, is that what that is? I thought someone was going, all Yoda-like at us.
Or Grogu.
What language was it?
It's Orcish.
Oh yeah, no one knows this.
I'm trying to mute in between talking, okay?
No, it's fine, don't worry about it.
It's funnier with it.
Cruson, the Chewinga has just extended its hand towards you and it's holding a berry. Do you take it?
Ooh, absolutely.
What do
I
you
just
do
slowly
with it?
float past. I eat it, obviously.
Do me a con save.
I'll take it. This is probably poisoned and horribly bad for me, but I'm gonna do it. Ouch.
You are drunk.
Oh my god, yes! Oh no, I'm drunk in a hot spring.
How are we going to get a drunk elephant back to the town?
Oh no, I'm going. I just take the outer. Take off my outer robes. Just leave like an underdress or this something. I'm not going in butt naked like the elephant.
Fair enough.
I'm just taking my boots off and sticking my feet in.
Fair enough.
No, I.
How much would Ogrun have taken off? That is a question.
How much did Ogrun have on to begin with?
I think
Does
his loins are still girded, so that should be fine.
Crusoe just sits there floating in the water, constantly casting druidcraft to make little flowers just pop in the air above him. He's just sitting there enjoying himself.
The Chewinga claps for you.
Now he does.
Now he does.
Yes, he does.
Where's minor illusion if you need it?
Oh,
minor?
Oh, nice one. That one was good.
Does anyone, I have to ask, does anyone try and jump in the water?
No.
No.
Oh, I had a
No,
plan.
but I'm gonna cast Hocus Pocus and make little orbs float over Cruson.
Ooh.
Just give him some shiny lights to look at.
Tries to make all the little druidcraft flowers pop at the orbs. Not doing a very good job.
Carla takes her clothes off, like, surreptitiously under her robe, and then uses disguise self to disguise herself as someone wearing clothes.
Fair enough. That works.
Excellent.
Fantastic.
Perfect.
That is a great use of the magic.
Yep.
Yes.
You look like you're wearing clothes.
That is the best, worst idea ever. Just perpetual nudity that no one will ever realize.
I mean, I could have also gone for blur for just self-censoring, but
I have blur. Oh, I should blur myself. Oh.
Too
No, that's
late.
not
You're
funny.
already scarred for life.
yeah. And Carla is gonna like sit down, but definitely staying in the shadows. She doesn't want to go in deep.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Romora is
Randomar is
swimming.
sitting in the snow. Cold never
Relax.
bothered him anyways.
Fair enough.
Bruce is living his best life as he does at home at his little hot spring. But now he has a giant hot spring.
And he's drunk.
And he's drunk. With a
His friend,
tiny...
best friend, a snowman.
His best friend
No.
is snow.
So, while we're relaxing, I should probably say, because Rusan said it anyway, and he's probably going to tell you sooner or later. I may not have been a fisher all my life. I started off when I was very young. I stowed away on a ship when I was about, I think, 5. I think I was small. Yeah. So home weren't great for me, so I stowed away on a boat, and I learned how to do boat things, which is why I'm good with knots and rope and sailing. Turns out the ship I was on wasn't exactly a full of good people. I may have been a pirate.
May?
I was a
Was.
pirate. I didn't know any different. It was all I'd known for years. It's how I got the shiny thing here. It was off a raid, and now I can't take it off. And yeah, then one day a ship got wrecked. I nearly drowned. Wound up here. Been fishing.
Oh, music crashed.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was worried for a second.
So, the tattoo is one I got shortly afterwards. It's about a man that drowned, but was given a second chance, and had to be better than he was before. Basically. So yeah. I hit things and I kill things, which ain't necessarily the best, but it's what I'm good at. And if I can do it to help other people out, then I'm gonna do that. Okay? That's why that ship interests me so much. It's been a while since I've been on the sea, and I miss it. Because it's all I know how to do, and all I can do well. And it could help us out. Like I said, I could fire the ballista, I could fire the cannon, I could climb the rig. I could do so much on a ship. And I sometimes feel trapped on the land. That's why I wanted to bring part of the ship with us. I was planning on mounting something on the sled, which could be useful to us. So, yeah. Don't judge me by my past, because people can change. I wasn't the nicest person, but I didn't know any different. And I'm trying to be better now. Okay?
Well,
Hello?
yep. You're just floating in the hot water, bearing your heart at the people around you.
Yeah.
Brisson's just on his back, floating around with a tiny, tiny little chewing gum friend, and is just contemplating.
As far as I know, you're no longer the pirate you once were.
Yeah.
You've been nice to us and you have helped a lot of people.
And we all have things in our past that we're hiding or running away from.
Or kind of
Yeah.
proud of.
Or kind of proud of.
Okay. But yeah, that's why the boat intrigues me so much. It's been a while.
Russo just gently floats past, places an arm on his shoulder. Isn't it better now that you're free?
Ranmir is very touched by this and he's looking at the other way.
I mean, yes and no. I'm a better person, but I still miss the sea. I could always go back there at some point. Not on a pirate crew though, just on a regular ship. That would be nice.
Now, without secrets, you're free to be yourself again. The first step to healing is
Robot.
to
You're a robot, we can't hear you.
I
God
hear the cat
damn,
better
like-
than you.
Yes, I hear the cat better than you.
Yeah.
The cat was upstairs. Hi.
Hi. Meow.
He just woke up from a nap and
Nice.
Yeah.
It's adorable.
My
Pretty
preferred
great.
is- Sigh. I tried so hard and denied by shots.
Indeed. Do me a perception check with disadvantage.
Oh, this is gonna either go really good, or the Chewinga's going to stab me in the spine.
or drown you.
At some point, the Chewinga has gotten dressed.
Oh. Going already, little friend.
It gives you a little wave.
You've got brothers in good if you're looking for them. And a cat.
It gives you a shrug.
Oh.
It kind of nudges a rock towards you. It's flat on
Oh,
the
I pick up
bottom and rounded, like half a sphere.
Does he want me to skip the rock for him?
Seems that it wants you to take it.
Like, slowly float over, pick up the rock.
As you
Take a
pick
look.
up the rock, it jumps into the rock.
Ooh.
And is nowhere to be seen anymore.
You a friend.
You're fine. Oh. Huh. Welcome aboard. We'll have fun. You, me, all of us. Right? And he just sits there, floating, holding the rock on his chest, as he just casually floats around in this hot spring.
Indeed. Well, a little bit of time goes by. You feel like it might be time to move on.
Should probably get going if we want to get to Lonely Wood or Terminate.
Oh,
You're starting to come down from it now, Rusen.
I hope he's got all of those things. Those things are great. He's literally got
Romora
no.
gets out of the water. She uses prestidigitation to dry her clothes and then puts everything back on.
Good plan, good plan.
I didn't think that far ahead. Crap.
All I have to find is a couple of
Ogren
blood.
probably gets out of the water and just shakes like an animal to try and get rid of most of the water.
Nice.
I'm used to living in the desert and swimming, so I just go stand out the sun.
Shakes
It's
and then,
getting somewhat cold.
and then gets dressed.
I use Hocus Pocus again on Rusan and warm up the air around him.
He's still very wet.
Oh,
Still very wet, but he's at least not as cold.
yeah. So it's just trying to pat the water off. Not doing a great job. Bran,
Yeah.
hmm.
I can't do living material. I would need to kill you to dry you.
Oh, enough dying today.
But you can use your robes to dry you, and then I can dry the robes.
Oh. I just start digging around for whatever I have to find myself off with. Eventually pull out. What do I have? Do I have common clothes? I have common clothes. Just sort of very
Carlo lights a bonfire to dry off in front of.
That works. After a while.
I then use prestidigitation to dry off whatever Rusan used to dry himself with.
And thus you're all back in a presentable state for the most part.
You should come back here from time to time. It's nice to relax. And the water is warm.
It's a nice place, yes.
Hmm.
But we should get back to Lonelywood before it gets too dark.
Indeed. No, I know exactly what you're planning, Randy, you son of a bitch.
Oh, that would be
We
bad.
still have the warming stone. If you show me the rock, I can warm it up.
We could just pick up the rock and make a warm rock.
I'll make a warm rock for you.
You'll be warm forever.
Yeah. For the rest of your life, you will be warm.
Pre-cooked.
Oh.
Indeed.
Ranmir, when we get back, we should take a look at all these things we found.
I didn't catch that.
When we get back, we should take a look at all these things we found. Maybe
Oh,
some-
yeah. The flasks and whatever the...
I hold out the amulet.
Oh, the amulet.
It's magical of some description. Maybe we should use
You're a robot.
it. Ah! It's magical of some description. Maybe we can use it.
Sure.
Shall we?
Well,
So,
Lonelywood or Tourmaline?
I hold up my
Lonelywood.
little
First.
I hold up my triangle of company.
Well, you make your way back towards Lonelywood. The travel, other than your stop at the hot springs, fairly uneventful. And after a while, you arrive back at the speaker's house. If you want to stop over there, or you can keep going. She'd,
What time is it?
she'd probably let you still stay in the attic. Well, let's see here. 2, 4, 6. That's about 2, 3. It's closing in on like almost like 8 p.m.
Oh, that's. I don't want to risk 9 to 10 p.m. just to get back to Tourmaline to hopefully find a place to stay.
No, let's stay in Lonelywood for the night.
I
Okay.
don't want to burn our fancy orb either.
hear something in the background.
Yeah.
I hear someone talking about the boy. Is there anyone talking about the boy, or is it someone else's mic?
It was somebody else. It wasn't me. Oh, it was Caleb.
Fair enough.
Oh,
Do we stay in the tavern then, so we don't disturb the speaker? We order
There's still
intruded on our
lights
wants.
out the windows. You're pretty sure she'd let you stay in the attic.
Let's stay where it's warm.
Okay.
So you knock on the
Okay.
door then?
no, we.
Oh, wait, first things first. Sonar is in the bag, and I'm going to put wine and all the stuff in the tap.
Okay, yep, you're depositing all the barrels in the taverns then. All the barrels, including the mead one and the honey one, or no? Do those stay?
Mead
I'm
one-
holding on to the honey one for now.
Mead
Okay.
one is up for the groups to decide.
Let's keep the meat on us.
Alright, it's just the wine in the tavern then.
We might need it. I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
Oof.
Not even remotely.
Tova squirms in a future not far past.
Oh, no.
I then try and do a little bit more of the log shifting.
Alright, do me a strength check. It's still hard work, and there's still more wood.
Yep.
You know, he could ask for help.
Some of us are proficient in picking things up.
Some of us can make people stronger.
Or bigger.
Yeah.
Well, apparently he didn't
mean, are
think
you-
of that.
No, Ogren done.
Well, the rest of yous knocked on the door, were bidden inside. The attic was offered again.
Gladly taken with a cup of tea.
Nice.
If we're allowed to have tea at this time or not.
Sure. You can drink some tea if you like.
Tea for all.
Caffeinated tea in the evening. Well, that's a good idea.
Yep,
Sure,
that's
why not?
that's gonna be good. Well, another night passes uneventfully. You all get a long rest in.
Nice. Spells for today.
You wake up a bit hungry though.
Don't forget your temp HP.
Oh yeah, don't
Oh,
forget
yeah.
your temp HP.
Ah!
You are indeed blessed. For now.
Oh, don't say that.
I'll bless my hammer too.
Do it. You bless your hammer.
Ogren has rations, so Ogren would have probably eaten the rations.
Yep. Would you have
Awesome.
handed them out as well, or
It depends whether he collapsed in the tavern or not. But he probably slept there.
would Ogren be smart enough to stop working after like 10 p.m.?
No. He probably just have collapsed at the tavern.
Oof. In that case, you're cold.
If we need food,
Yep, that's fine.
Cool.
does the team need food?
Brenmora is sleeping in.
I need food,
I have my own rations.
Yeah,
but I
we've
have
got
my own
rations.
Yeah.
So we just knock off some rations.
Apparently, yeah.
We can restock. I check my Chewinga rock, see if he's awake and wants rations.
It just seems to be the rock at the moment.
So she sleeps like my Chewinga. Nice.
Nice.
Oh yes. probably identify the flasks here.
Oh yeah, the flask and the amulet.
Okay, yep, the 2 flasks. Let's see. Let me just where were they? Well, the first one is a thickish red liquid. Seems to be a potion of vitality.
Neat.
When you drink this potion, it removes any exhaustion you have suffered and cures any disease or poison affecting you. For the next 24 hours, you regain the maximum number of hit points for any hit die you spend.
Who feels like they could definitely use that?
Hi.
Well, you're not there right now, so
That is true. I'm not there.
so I'd probably let Rime hold on to it for now.
Sure.
And the second potion? Or flask? Or is it just 2 of them?
Nope. The second flask contains a goldenish liquid. Seems to shimmer as if there's flecks of gold in the liquid itself. It is a potion of radiant resistance.
That
Would
would
have
be
been
handy.
handy.
That would have
Who
indeed
wants it?
been handy.
Where was that a few earlier today?
We should have checked that earlier. But then Rime would have discovered his spirit form. Does anyone want it? Or should I just hold on to it for now and just chug it to someone who would need it?
You can hold on to it.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll just hold on to this for now. And the amulet.
It is a heavy chain with the symbol of Lathander. It feels strongly magical in your hands. Go over it. You feel it. It is not only a holy symbol of Lathander, it is also an amulet of health.
Nice.
And this is what it does.
Oh
I
boy.
require this. I am wearing this.
Dang it.
You're already chonky. I need to be slightly chonkier since everything seems to hit me.
And crit you.
And crit you.
Yeah.
I would like to use your AC, thank you. Because Constitution is my AC.
Oh yeah. You've got your tough hide or whatever it is.
Yep.
Constitution is also my AC. Nah.
But you don't need it because you're immune to almost all damage at this point.
Mhm.
I'm really not, but yeah.
Well, you've identified all the magical items you have found, I think, unless you've forgotten some and I've forgotten some.
Let me have a look, because I picked up a lot of crap. Flask of invisibility. Do you want this flask of invisibility? Because I can just stealth as a spider, so it's less useful for me. Carla, do you want it?
Does
Kala already has ways of being sneaky.
But can you be invisible and sneaky? Invisible's more useful to you than me.
Well, she can make it so literally no one other than like demons can see her.
Ah, true. Does anyone want to be invisible?
Sorry, devils.
I'll take
I
it.
will too.
You'll take it?
Yeah.
Or will? Let's just get that out of here. I've got a spoon that's magical. I have Charm Threat 7.
So, Brandon's got the potion of radiant resistance, or did we? No, I'm keeping
You
I think that's everything. Are you gonna take a trip to Tourmaline, or are we gonna stop here for now?
I mean,
It's probably a good time to stop.
yeah, because if we get into shenanigans, it'll take more than 10-15 minutes.
Yes, yes, it probably would. In that case, well, we'll do more of this next week.
Mm.
Yeah.
Bye.
And